of leaders and parliaments for the resource of society and just government humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessings rest upon you assembled, and granted may as in your presence, treat and consider all matter that shall come at their deliberation, is so just and full in manner.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. We don't have free seating, so you better take your rightful position where you belong. I can see the front bench is still very full. So I'll wait for it to reduce in terms of numbers so that they stop squeezing each other, and then we handle matters of national importance. So for now, let's go to the next item. I will allow matters of national importance, but you just...
Item 3 on the order paper, laying of papers.
Please, colleagues, if you know you're raising a procedure related to an issue which I've already observed and commented on, okay, you take your seat. Yeah. Next.
Item number 3 on the order paper, laying of papers. 3A.
Procedure, Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, you are a great man. Mr. Speaker, I've raised on a procedural matter concerning the House of today. All Commonwealth parliaments value the front bench. And Uganda, as a country in East Africa, has one of the biggest cabinets in Sub-Saharan Africa. And even the world over. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well by having only one minister, and moreover, Mr. Speaker, I seek your protection, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know whether we are proceeding well. By out of the 8 ministers, having only one, I don't know whether this is a boycott to you. I don't know whether this is undermining to your capacity and chair, or I don't know whether this is undermining the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it is a scare of a coming cabinet reshuffle. We really need to know why the cabinet of this country is undermining the August House that was elected with the majority voters since NRM came in power.
Thank you.
Further procedure.
No. Honorable colleagues, ministers are here to process government business. If they don't have their business, we have ours. Let's process our business. Okay? But that doesn't mean I've taken the matter rightly. And that's why I told you at the beginning that I can see they are squeezed, so we give them some space. The rest I'm going to handle it after here. Okay? Yeah. So, yes. Laying of papers, clerk had already called. Commissioner?
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay an Inspectorate of Government report on investigations into allegations of mismanagement, abuse of office, and corruption by the former Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund, Mr. Richard Byarugaba.
Thank you.
I beg to lay.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is a matter which Parliament handled and closed. on our side. So this report, as for now, I'm not referring it to any committee, but also it has to be put in the library for easy access by honorable members. Next.
3B.
We are brought to my office. I found an anomaly on the procedure, and I requested the minister to go back and rectify it. And then we again have space for it on the order paper. So the item will be coming another time. Next.
Item number 4, motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation Address to Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Wednesday, 7th June 2023.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we started on this yesterday. As a tradition, we usually take time. And yesterday, Honorable Naomi Kabasharira raised a very important point. But we also want to have this motion closed. So, but I want to give as many of you as much time as possible. So I believe 3 minutes are sufficient. But then we shall continue carrying until I observe that indeed we've covered a sufficient number of you to submit on this. Because this is where you go in detail to discuss the whole nation, from your constituencies to the policy-related issues, how the president espoused them, and especially now in connection to the budget we passed that would be funding all these proposals and issues the president talked about. So the debate can resume now. Yes, procedure. Honorable Semuju.
Raising this procedure issue under Rule 59M. Mr. Speaker, traditionally, and in this Parliament has been briefed traditionally about matters affecting colleagues. In the NRC, even smaller matters like a birth would be announced. This Parliament, Mr. Speaker, carried out investigation in the stealing of Karamoja iron sheets. Almost all the suspects were members of this House. A report last week came indicating that the DPP had dropped charges against some of the colleagues. So the point of privilege I am raising is whether this Parliament should not be briefed. Who is still a suspect? Who has survived? Because when I look at the Honorable Nakadama and Honorable Nabakova, because they are beneficiaries, I still think they are suspect. Maybe their charges have been withdrawn. So Mr. Speaker, can Parliament be briefed? Who is still a suspect? Who do we congratulate for surviving? Because that tradition, Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament has happened. That's the point of privilege I wanted to ask, because these are our colleagues. You said we should sympathize with them. The last time I raised this matter, they should also tell us if they are still on the run, or they now can sit here. Maybe that's the reason some of them are here today, tomorrow they are not here. Because I would be surprised, a person like the woman MP for Kakumiro who took 3,000 iron sheets and she is also not on the charge sheet, I would really be surprised.
Honorable colleagues, number one, this matter is sub judice under Rule 73. It's the DPP who has powers to choose who to prosecute and who not prosecute, and the reasons are theirs. Okay? That's number one. Number two, here we can never we don't have any powers as a House to require a member to come and explain themselves on any matter unless that member voluntarily does it under Rule 55 of our Rules of Procedure. So if there is any member who wants to be congratulated on being removed from the list of those prosecuted through a statement of personal explanation, that member will write to the Speaker and will be given space to do it. As of now, I haven't received any. Okay? So please, colleagues, this is if it is about this matter, it's a sub judice matter. Please. Please. No, not on sub judice. If it's anything about this matter, Parliament debated its report and closed it. The rest, DPP is the one knows what she's doing. So I don't want us to go beyond our mandate here. So, so we had started moving. Honorable Jessica Babiku. I have members who are here whom yesterday, whom I registered. Honorable Batua. So I will try to. Just 3 minutes each.
You. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given to me in this contribution to appreciate His Excellency the President for the work well done so far. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I am so impressed in the consistent, persistent, strategic interventions initiated by the head of state in the transformation of this country. Let's flash back from where we were 30 years ago and where we are now. Specifically, I'm interested more in the infrastructure development in this country. Let's take the issue of education transformation. The enhancement of civilization in our country is a tremendous job headed by the head of state. Our districts are on increment. We have now 146 districts, many sub-counties, many parishes. Averagely, reduction in illiteracy, empowerment of people to move them to self-reliancy. And this is an area I feel, honorable members of parliament, that we must commend the head of state. However, our government should work harder to cover the sub-counties, the parishes, where we do not have schools. Our population is on increment. That's why we keep creating more constituencies, more parishes, more villages. And these are all citizens that we must care. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I am so impressed on the electrification in this country. Long ago, provision of electricity was more of a privilege to the city centers. The rural areas, we were still using our local cadobos, our local improvised systems to work even in health centers. As we sit here, the head of state and the government must be congratulated and thanked for the initiative to spread electrification in this country. However, there are areas we must still address.
Thank you. I have Honorable Chinovere, Honorable Zatum, Honorable Edakas, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate His Excellency for the message and the address that he was well deserved and well appreciated by the country. When we discuss about the issues of the State of the Nation address, Right Honorable Speaker,
we must appreciate His Excellency. When you look at the health sector, much as other people don't look at in a positive way, but we must appreciate that health, we had limited facilities. Many have gone, as much as we are having administrative units on growing here and there, but every administrative unit, as NRM government, we have in our manifesto, we have the plan to ensure every sub-county gets a health center 3. And as I talk right now, health center 2s which were existing are being upgraded into health center 3s. Health center 4s, they are being upgraded into hospitals. So a case in point is in Luwero, Kasana. I grew up, Kasana was, because I used to go to Kiwoko Hospital. I used to go there in Kiwoko. It was a health center 4. Right now it's a hospital. There are many others. So we must appreciate His Excellency the President for such effort. PDM, I want to tell you that at least with the PDM, I come from Kapiani Parish in Nankodo Sub-County. At least people in my parish, individual family members are able to go to the bank and pick 1 million shillings and plus. Yes, I'm speaking from my parish where I come from. I didn't say someone's parish, I said mine. If I mentioned your parish, I would be offending you. But in my parish where I come from, at least my parish members, they have been able to access the money. I have one parish where I come from. I can't come from many parishes. Right, Honorable Speaker, in my parish, at least people have been able to access money for parish model. And I have the belief and trust with this money we have allocated for parish model, many individuals will get, many parishes will get, and many districts will get. So we must appreciate His Excellency for that. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, you see, there is guidance I've given you. That when you're on the microphone, you're on record. Now, you have people who are not on record trying to put you off, especially if they are from a side which you don't agree with. And then now, your time you use it to respond to the other people, and you have uncoordinated even no submissions on the floor. Someone who will be reading the answer will say, but I mean, what's wrong with this person? Where did he go? Why did he divert this way? Because the person you're responding to is not on record, and you're on record. So, kindly don't respond to someone who is not on record. The best thing you can ask for is for protection from the presiding officer. So, yes, motion?
Mr. Speaker, I am moving this motion under 59(1)(n). The motion, Mr. Speaker, is to close debate. Since our colleagues have had the opportunity in Chankwans to thank the President, they are now repeating what they have been doing. I move that a question be put and we discuss other matters, because thanking the President here they have done in Chankwans.
Okay. But no, just before I put for seconding, the clarification I wanted to make is that from the information I have, State of the Nation happened after Chankwans. So they couldn't have thanked him on State of the Nation, which had not yet taken place. But nevertheless, I must put a question, because that's what the law requires me to do as a presiding officer. Is the motion seconded? So, seconded by Sewanyana, by Senyonyi, by Semuju himself. So, colleagues, I now put a question that debate be closed on the motion for resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Wednesday, 7th June 2023. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The noise have it. So let's continue with the debate. Honorable Edakas. Honorable Azar Tom, then Honorable Edakas. Azar Tom, Honorable Azar, please. It's your time.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and my dear colleagues. I'd like to thank the President for the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, in infrastructure development, especially roads and bridges, are enablers for wealth creation, poverty alleviation, faster movement of goods and services, movement of ambulances for referral cases to the hospitals, movement of perishable goods, communication, as well as security. Mr. Speaker, for all this, I'd like to thank the President for the development so far achieved. However, on the other hand, the ferry services in Obongi and in Laropi in the Moyo district across the Nile often break down, and this has interrupted free movement of goods and services. Hence, there's a need for a bridge across the Nile at a place called Laropi. Mr. Speaker, the procurement process for the tarmacking of Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo Road started since 2017. And up to now, we're not seeing any results on the ground. So we are requesting for fast tracking of the procurement process, because as I talk now, Mr. Speaker, the road is unmotorable, is very muddy, very corrugated.
So are you thanking?
And thereby causing accidents. and at the same time, this will also apply to Laropi Road, Laropi Moyo Afojal Road. But there are other developments, especially the tarmacking of Kampala, Karuma, Arua, and Oraba Road. For this, I thank the President. I thank him very much. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, industrialization in any place can take place when there's power, when there's electricity. We want to thank the President for the achievements so far, where we have got a laying of poles in most of the sub-counties. However, the poles do not have the wires. There's no electricity in those. There are no wires, and their poles are just there rotting away. So I expect the government to fast track the wiring of these poles so that we can have electricity extended to all the rural areas of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Edakas.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd also like to take an opportunity to thank the President for several issues that he raised. Two issues for me, probably, and for the people of Kabaremaedo, came out as very significant issues. One is the issue of infrastructure. I was happy to make our roads motorable. It certainly, for me, was a big hope to see that government is towing this road. As we speak, there is an attempt by engineers in my constituency. They are saying that the 1 billion will be allocated to less than 9% of our kilometers, because they are saying they should be used. I think this needs to be corrected, because what I remember in this house was that we wanted to make the roads motorable. And I think that should be the way to go. I want also to thank the President for affirming the flagship of PDM as a way forward for this country and our economy. It's my prayer that the Minister of Finance will really walk this talk, because last year we made losses partly because of slow releases. We hope that the releases will be timely so that our 39% people can actually access this money and put it into production. But the other 61%, so that the Myoga programs will also continue at the same pace. Mr. Speaker, the issue of seed becomes very important for our people, that they are getting seeds. We are still receiving, 3 tons of maize in Teso for a constituency like mine. sometimes less than that. We would like to see in the next, if it were possible, for government to allocate more, not just maize, but also animal, whether it is kids or piglets. Those animals would enable our people to move this journey that the PDM program is meant to achieve. And I thank you for the issue of food security remains a challenge, and partly because of lack of water for production. I hope that government can prioritize.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, on the issue of the money we appropriated for roads. You see, the roads committee, the district roads committee, where you sit, must decide on how that money is utilized, though there are clear guidelines. Now, some of you have reached out to me that in some districts they were even pushing for as much as 33% as operational funds. Honorable Katesh wanted to explain something small.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information on this matter, I chair the District Roads Committee of Shema. Yeah. And two things which surprised me. Number one is that the district engineers claimed that the Minister of Works directed them that the minister will be responsible for all the designs, which is very ridiculous, because how can the ministry have that capacity to design every road in this country, in every district, when you have engineers there? Number two, I want to tell members that there is a lot of appetite for that money. We are supposed to approve that money, to approve the work plan as District Roads Committee. We have to be very vigilant, because some districts have already allocated 300 million for monitoring. So we must be able to know what is the cost per kilometer of a Maram road, of light grading, so that that money, we get value for money.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, the issue is just being alert. Let us not be diverted. Let's go back to the motion the way it was. Honorable Chimosho, Honorable Moroni, Honorable Fidra. Then
thank you.
Honorable Nakut, then Shema. Oh, I had picked Honorable Katari Roy. So before Chimosho, I had picked Honorable Katari Roy. I'm sorry. Then after I come here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I join my colleagues in thanking His Excellency the President for the State of the Nation address. Right Honourable Speaker, I will start by thanking him for standing firm against the intimidation and threats and signing the anti-homosexuality bill. This clearly means that he still values and is ready to defend our norms and values of this nation. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of education, it is like automatic, like most sub-counties in this nation get seed schools. Ginger is not complaining, and I know with time the whole country will be covered. Right Honourable Speaker, when it comes to tourism, I think the President is #1 promoter of the tourism sector of this nation. He tells whoever cares to listen, Ginger is the best country. Uganda is the best country. We have the best food. We have the best everything. But my issue, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the tourism ministry should try to look at other areas, because we have lots of tourism sites that are out there but are not known. In Ginger, we have Itanda Falls and Busowoko. We would be glad if they are brought on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chimosh. Procedure.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday we had members in this house who sat until late with the desire to contribute to the motion every day. But it was urgent today. But I see members who are not here yesterday have just come, and they was getting the chance to speak, and after speaking, they're going to run away immediately. So procedure, I was of the view that perhaps you could pick members who are...
No, procedure, you don't give your view.
Okay, yes, then...
The presiding. Thank you.
The procedure I had, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now, Honourable colleague, I'm at pains, because you see, Professor Nsibambi here, my senior, who taught me in law school, he told me, he who comes at Equity must come with clean hands. You were among the people who seconded that we close the motion, the debate. Now you didn't want even the debate to continue. Now you're the one defending on who should debate. So it's becoming difficult for me. You're not innocent in any way to raise such an issue. So please allow me to run the house. In fact, the few are going to debate will be on my mercy. If I had gone by your position, they wouldn't be debating. But anyway, I'm going to consider your honorable colleagues. And we are not closing it today. Usually we take like 7 days, 5 days debating this motion. That's a tradition. Because we shall close it at exactly 3 p.m. to go back to other items. For now, we shall suspend it. Yes,
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I raise to support the motion as moved by Honourable Kateshumba on thanking the President for the State of the Nation address. And clearly, when Honourable Kateshumba was presenting, even some of the members who had deliberately missed out at Kororo were magnetically glued in their chairs and paying attention because the content was so moving, which was a testimony that the President exactly did a very good work. I want to thank the President for giving this country a clean bill of health that we are still on track, because the State of the Nation was to act, and it acted as a reflection for the country on the journey that we have been moving in putting Uganda among the other League of Nations where Ugandans can enjoy their land. The President assured us of security. Right Honourable Speaker and members, we can talk about anything, but there is no country far away from instability, either internally or by external aggressors. The President gave us assurance with vivid examples and clear demonstrations of the ability of this government and the UPDF on maintaining stability and peace in this country. I share a road with one of the districts that hosts refugees in this country. Every time you see 6 buses passing, if there's anything that you would never wish to be or to belong to, is a refugee, to leave your country. When the President gave that assurance that we are still stable and demonstrated it in practical terms, it gave me hope that even the economy that we are talking about, that even the roads that we are talking about, that even the unemployment that we may complain about, that the future of this Uganda is secured as long as every Ugandan can wake up and go about their business as usual. And for that, I don't take it for granted. I thank the President for his steadfastness, for relating yesterday, today, and giving us hope that tomorrow is coming in a brighter way. I thank the President for that. Right Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to seek for your indulgence on this matter.
Thank you, Honourable. Yes, I had already picked.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker.
Colleagues, Honourable Seungu has a complaint that you're thanking, but you're not smiling. So he needs you to be happy on the faces. If you're please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to join colleagues in congratulating and thanking His Excellency for the precise and articulate State of the Nation address that he gave to us on the 7th of June 2023. The President was very focused on the challenges facing our country and also clear on the strategies that need to be dealt with so that we can have a clear way of dealing with these challenges. What remains now is implementation. If I look at the issue of PDM, which affects the masses, the people that we represent, it's a very, very clear strategy of dealing with improving the household incomes. And Right Honourable, you have sent us time and again to go and play our oversight role in establishing how this PDM is being implemented. From what we saw and what we now feel and see that is happening on the ground, we need to join government in actually guiding our people that we lead, in sensitizing them so that they can put to use, to good use, this money that government has put in a basket as a revolving fund to really help improve the household incomes in our communities. On the issue of water and environment, us who are in the mountains with the disasters of landslides, the issue of afforestation becomes extremely important. And us from Mount Elgon Zone, we are ready and willing to work with government closely in the process of resettling our people in safer ground so that the mountains, trees can be grown and then harvest the floods and put them to use in agriculture irrigation. Finally, on the issue of energy, I want to thank and congratulate His Excellency the President. He has maintained energy as a priority for this country, and indeed, because it's a foundation on which everything else rides on. The increase in the capacity is very, very much appreciated. There is now need to continue expanding the network so that this electricity reaches everyone in this country. The industrial parks, the small-scale
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now, colleagues, this Honorable Keyo yesterday was seated with Honorables and they kept standing up consistently. Let me first speak, Honorable Keyo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable
I know
Speaker.
Honorable Fidra, I can see is complaining, but I know you were here yesterday. Yes.
Yeah. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join colleagues to thank His Excellency the President for the State of Nation address. Colleagues, the President clearly indicates that fisheries subsector brought to this country 166.9 billion shillings, which means this is a gold mine. If properly put to use, fish can change around the economy of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, what the fisheries subsector requires is to energize our people, to provide them with affordable loans so that they can get the necessary gears, and then the fisheries subsector will contribute a lot to the economy of this country. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the President indicates water for production, and that is irrigation. Some of us who come from Namayingo, Busia, Mayuge, and Bujiri, we have plenty of water. It is actually not good that we can be having one season in our country, yet we have plenty of water that could be put to use for irrigation. This is an area that clearly the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water should look at to make sure that Uganda is a food basket for this region. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fidra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let the colleague finish, then I pick you, Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Equally, I want to join the House in thanking His Excellency for fulfilling his constitutional mandate of Article 101, Section 1. I'm also second and agree with the move of the motion to thank him in the August House. I want to address my mind to his speech on two critical issues. That is the economic growth of this country. For the few years he has been in the leadership, he pointed clearly the trend of how this country has been growing over time, indicating that this financial year we will have about 5.5% economic growth projection, an average of about 6.5 to 7 in the coming 5 years. What does this mean to my constituency in the economic growth? Right Honorable Speaker, what this means is that the state can be able to tax more Ugandans to generate more revenue. And this revenue, where we have the capacity to now raise the resources needed to provide the services within this country. And the services that we have received as a constitution, as a constituents and as a country includes health. Averagely, we can hear in this country that the lifespan of an average Ugandan has grown over time. From the early days of 45 years of life expectancy, now we can say average 62.8 years is the lifespan for an average Ugandan. And even in the past COVID time, fewer elders in this country died out of COVID. Why? Because of the revenues that this country has generated under the leadership of His Excellency, invested in health. Across this country, we now have referral hospitals. We have Health Center 4s. We have Health Center 3s, bringing these services nearer to the constituency, to the people. And this is a service delivery to all Ugandans under the stewardship of His Excellency. Right Honourable Speaker, as far as the economic gains invested in education are concerned, members have attributed this to the number of primary schools in each parish, number of secondary schools in each sub-county. This is a strategic move of this country, of this government under his leadership. And his work.
Thank you. I'll go a bit this side. But I had a procedure matter from Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, during your absentia, that's last week but one, it was wisely determined by the Honorable Speaker advising the Education Minister, the state one, to desist from making a security statement on issues concerning Grubereha School, not until the Defense Ministry, of course, makes its own final statement, which was done, Right Honorable Speaker. But the problem is, Right Honorable Speaker, currently we are receiving, we are receiving.
What is the procedure matter?
No, it is a procedure.
What is the procedure matter?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, just give me the procedure matter.
It's all about the running of Parliament, so I'm trying to make things clear, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mm-hmm.
My question is,
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Because Honorable, just let me guide you. Procedure is about our proceedings now.
It is true.
Okay? So we are debating. We have a debate on the floor. Tell me what's wrong with it. What's wrong with what we are doing now? That's what procedure is about.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are receiving disturbing calls, of course, from residents all over the country. Please, from parents, of course, who are switching kids from boarding section to day section. Bringing up the issue that since it was advised at the very beginning of Parliament that the front page, the front seats to be congested, then we raise some of the issues that are pending. So, Right Honorable Speaker, and we've had issues to do with Aston, like King's College Bodo, and of which, of course, the big fish which was apprehended.
Honorable, kindly take your seat. Now, colleagues, I think I should attach some members to mentor some of you. Yeah? Yes, I think, Ropa will request you talk to some of your members. If they need help, we can give help. Okay? Yeah. I wouldn't want to comment beyond that. So I was moving this side. Let me pick Honorable. Oh, yes, Honorable Chani Judith was here for long yesterday. Then I'll pick Honorable Mero was here yesterday for long. I'm coming back this side, don't mind. Yes. Let me first pick those ones.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join the rest.
I'm at pains for members who said we close the debate. We need a dialogue. We first know whether there is anything you want to contribute to the debate.
Thank you, Speaker.
So if you roast and you want to join the winning side, then we can debate. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in appreciating the speech. I was one of the people who sat there from the beginning till the end. I want to appreciate His Excellency on security, peace and stability in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from a region that has suffered a lot in insurgencies. And Right Honorable Speaker, when I look at the country now and compare to where I came from 25 years ago, I want to say a big thank you to His Excellency for bringing us this far. However, the Speaker and colleagues, we talked about illegal guns within the country. It's still going on. For the last 2-3 months, our health centers are losing drugs. And I believe that is not the laxity from the fountain of honor. I would implore the ministries of defense, security, to take charge. There's too many illegal guns within the country. As I speak now, 8 of our health centers have been broken into. Millions of drugs have been taken. Right Honorable Speaker,
now, Honorable, you continue until I stop you. Please proceed.
thank you for your protection. Right Honorable Speaker, the space that the President has given us in this country in terms of peace and security is a space that we are all enjoying. We are the watchdogs of our securities and insecurities, where we live even within this country. Even as we move out of the country, we feel we are moving with the peace. I want to thank the President for supporting our neighboring countries, the DRC, and I remember sometimes back, he participated as well in Southern Sudan, in Somalia. And I want to accord that to the President that we received a delegation from Somalia coming to benchmark in my district, Nwaya, how to rehabilitate their people. The rehabilitation that we had in northern Uganda has enabled me to speak, to stand before you today and speak. And we want to say this is something that we are looking forward to, even for our generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mero. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the beginning of the debate of this motion, you made a ruling that at 3 p.m. we shall hold the debate and go for other matters, and the debate will resume on another day. In terms of time management, unless you change your ruling, Right Honorable Speaker, in terms of time management, it is now 4 minutes past 3. So the procedure matter I'm raising, are we proceeding very well in terms of time management since it is now 3 p.m.?
Thank you, Honorable Professor Mushemeza, and for the kind reminder. Debate suspended to tomorrow at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we shall run a debate of around 2 hours, non-stop on this. Next item. Sorry, before that, let's handle matters of national importance. Now that I have, yes, procedure, Honorable Akaima.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural issue. There are a number of issues we've been raising on issues of national importance. But however, Right Honorable Speaker, they are not handled. We back them with letters, and at the end of the day, letters, the correspondence are not again given. So I'm seeking for your advice. In such a manner, what we do?
That is in terms of responses from ministers?
From the ministers and the Prime Minister.
An example?
For instance, we had a matter on 25th May, and it had to do with the schools that were swept off their roofs, and it was raised by Honorable Kawalia in Kampala Metropolitan. So I backed it with a letter to the Prime Minister's office. Are we proceeding well without official respondents from the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Right Honorable, would you want to comment on that? Before I give my procedure guidance. No, you see, the Honorable colleague is saying they raise issues. Minister promised to take them up. Now, what I wanted first guide on, colleagues, matters of financial implication. A minister is not able to say that I'm coming, I'm going to give you ABC. They have to go back and look through within their budgets. But the issue is communication. Because when you're communicating to a colleague, it becomes easy. A colleague will have what to tell their people. Okay? I think that's what we need to focus on so much. Right, Honorable Prime Minister? Honorable Wakaima, right, Honorable wanted to know the school.
The school is in Nansana Municipality. There is Kazo Mixed School, Church of Uganda, and there is also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for bringing that reminder. The schools that were blown off, and you wrote your letters, we took them to the concerned ministries, that is Ministry of Disaster, to see how they can appropriate what they have to the schools. So we are waiting. Now technical team has to tell us the schools that have got the iron sheets and those who have not yet got. In the case of other things concerning money, still we all know that the money has not yet been released from Ministry of Finance, so we have to keep on waiting. Thank you.
Now you see, Right Honorable, what helps? You know, for us politicians, you want something to move on. So when you receive a letter, at least respond to it. So that the MP informs constituents that you can see your matter, I presented it, I even received the response, so patiently wait. Okay? It helps. It becomes like a passport for us to be politically moving. Yeah? It becomes a passport. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, we will send the letters, the response letters to Honorable Wakaima and the other colleagues, because he's not alone. There are other honorable members of parliament. So the letters will come back, the response letters.
And action letter. Honorable Emre Kugonza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance. In my constituency of Buyanja East County in Kibale District, there are 5 river crossings that lack a bridge. But in an effort for the residents to be able to transact their businesses, they have had to do makeshift timber bridges that are quite risky, and these have turned into death traps. And many people have actually died. And of course also this, because there are no bridges, they can only move either by boat or on with borders crossing, and the transportation of agricultural products becomes difficult. They fetch low prices. But most importantly, or what is very critical, is these are the critical problem, is the people that are dying. Last Thursday, we lost actually a 2-year kid. This was crossing from Kiegegwa district coming to Kibale, and across a place called one of the crossings on River Moziza at a place called Katebe. And other places people have died. So my prayer to the minister is at these 5 crossings, which are basically, we have one on Kiyanja, another one on Bhanda, and another one on Chiganda, and these are on River Nguse. We need to, as Minister of Works, to come up with a program of developing permanent bridges such that our people can freely move. And on River Muzizi, we would want also a bridge on Ramariva and a place called Katebe where the recent deaths occurred.
Thank you.
These are my prayers.
Thank you.
I beg to submit.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I request the Member of Parliament to give us the report from the District Disaster Committee, and we take it to the Ministry and we see how to handle.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, to see why sometimes I insist most matters to be falling under Prime Minister's time. So such a question now would have been sent to the sector. Sector looks into their budget, into their plans, and they are able to give a very credible answer and response on the floor. But I request Honorable Kugonza, please put it in writing the way the Prime Minister has advised it, and we take it up. Honorable Seungu. Yes, Honorable Aisha.
Thank you,
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week a matter was brought about the use of funds that had been allocated to RARE, and the Minister committed to bring response this week. And happily the Minister is here. He was supposed to speak about also the standing poles without connection. He's here and next week has come, and we are happy to receive a response from him. Isn't it procedure right, sir, that he gives us a response, because we might not get him another time because they're very busy people?
Thank you. Now, the way such items come on the order paper, the Minister has submitted the clerk and copy to the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, and we are able to set it on the order paper. But Minister, you can tell us whether your responses are ready. Honorable colleagues, you're going to put me, I have an order paper to finish. And you see, whenever we leave here, the public will say, these people are supposed to handle 10 items. How many did they handle? They handled only 3. Points of procedure, points of what, derail us. So let us focus on the agenda mainly, and we finish our program.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The issue she has raised, Honorable has raised, is an issue which was actually where the ruling was made that I have a flu, I wouldn't want to affect so many people.
Yeah.
I will speak loudly. It is a matter which a ruling was given that we bring a comprehensive report, and this was directed by the Speaker. And we are preparing that comprehensive report to submit to the Speaker.
So next week we shall put you on order paper, Honorable Minister.
Yes, please.
Try to expedite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the law school in Uganda, most of the universities are subjecting students for a pre-entry exam. And after going for a pre-entry exam, they study for 4 years, go for LDC, where they spend a whole year. But Mr. Speaker, after completion, there's a very big hurdle after the 5 years, these young people getting practicing certificates from Law Council. And what's happening, Mr. Speaker, is that the law school students, frankly speaking, they are not like doctors that they are paid for internship, but they want to get their practicing certificates. What is happening now is that a parent spends money to educate his child, he qualifies ready to practice law, but then almost 3 years they are not practicing because they are not eligible to practice. And they are being arrested in the courts of law for masquerading as lawyers. However, I managed to talk to the PS, the Secretary of the Law Council. The challenge is not on funds, but we need to amend the Advocates Act. Because those people who vet them take long, they sit once in a month, meaning that a number of our young people are losing jobs. For example, those who wanted to be magistrates have missed it out because they were not qualifying, because they were not having practice certificates. Those who want to go under the DPP office, they have failed. So my prayer is, we want to know why we don't have students leaving Law Development Center after having qualified for each and everything. They begin their practice and earn income, other than spending money, paying for gazetting, and all that, and they continue suffering, yet they are not seeking for jobs. Their jobs are spoken freely, they are qualified, they want to work. I'm one of them. I'm not supposed to I should not be looking for services of my people in Kalungu for an application for bail. But I can't go to court. So last, Mr. Speaker, my prayer is, can we hear from the Attorney General They bring the Advocates Act here, we amend it, so that we put a body that vets these young people. They start working other than being arrested with their qualifications.
Thank you.
Mr.
Attorney
Speaker,
General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Sewungu, for raising his concern. However, I don't know at what point his concern changed, because the issue that was raised was about certificates of eligibility to enroll as an advocate. But here he has talked of practicing certificates. Those are two different issues. Secondly, allow me to say this. There is a process under Law Council for vetting lawyers who are eligible to enroll as advocates. This process is tedious, but it is also meticulous. It is important that the people who are eligible are the right people who will not spoil the name, or misuse the profession. Now, members of Law Council who sit to do the vetting sit once a month, just like Honorable Sewungu has said. And I'm not trying to justify the delay, okay? But I want you to understand that last year alone, LDC graduated 1,500 students. And every time Law Council sits, they are vetting like 150. So it is tedious, but it also has to be meticulous. They have to make sure they get the right people.
Thank you.
Vetting means that it should be done to the dot.
So in short, you're saying nothing will change?
What
The
I'm
process
saying,
has it
what I'm
continue?
saying is that if you open it up, okay? May I finish?
Let him first finish.
If you open it up and regularize the vetting process, okay, you will get every Tom, Dick, and Harry as advocates, and then the profession will be run down.
Now,
Speaker, sir.
Honorable colleagues, please, let's not be diverted. Now, Doug Honorable Sewungu is saying he's not satisfied, so he can explain.
Mr. Speaker, I think Attorney General never heard what I said at the beginning. I said they are subject to the pre-entry exam. And what I said, nobody is against vetting and going through the normal process. Not what I said, that even the Secretary, Law Council, says the challenge is not about funds, but the Advocates Act. Because whether they have come out like 3,000 students, they have qualified, they want to work. Now, the process must not be tedious. Someone qualifies in 2023 and he becomes eligible in 2027. It's not proper. What we are saying, that let us amend the Advocates Act, which you know very well like me. We see how we put up a body, and the Attorney General has stated it, you have said it in your office yourselves, that we need to change all these. We have people who sit and manage these people to vet them.
Colleagues, don't use my time, my little time.
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude.
Please, I'm referring this matter to the Committee on Legal. Let it look into it,
most
so that all of you can appear and we look at a much better solution. Tando. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Anton Okuro, Dr. Anton Okuro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity availed to me. I rise on an urgent matter of national importance regarding a new wave of livestock raid at gunpoint from southern Sudan associated with general terror and insecurity in Lamour constituency and the district. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, In the last few weeks, fear and terror have gripped my constituency of Lamour as a result of a new and heightened wave of animal rustling. The animals include cattle, goats, and sheep. Several affected sub-counties of the district of Lamour include Agoro, Marope, Paloga, my home, Lokung, Potika, and Nyimu sub-counties. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as a result of the raids and general insecurity, there has been displacement of people and movement of animals away from the hotspots along southern Sudan border to other areas in the interior of the district. This population and animal relocation has affected and continues to stifle farm production activities on the land. In particular, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the PDM program is getting scuttled despite the vigorous and successful steps the constituency and district had taken to significantly increase production following the disbursement of funds to a majority of the SACCO accounts. Mr. Speaker, sir, and colleagues, other than the envisaged scuttling of the agro activities, famine and the associated complications of disease, hopelessness, and misery is expected to ensue in the near future.
Prayers.
I'm coming to that now, sir. This painful and unfortunate situation must not be allowed to occur because it is reminiscent of miseries of the insurgency of the 1990s. A security meeting by various stakeholders took place on the 27th, 2023 on the subject matter of my personal prayers, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. One, immediate attention to be paid to securing the affected areas by the security agencies in combination. Some of the recent LDUs who were passed out in June 28, 2023, be deployed to strategic points to reverse and deter cross-border raids in the district in southern Sudan by, among other things, patrolling the security roads in the border. Diplomatic approach be put.
So, Honorable, switch on and conclude.
Thank you very much.
It's made any question.
Personnel of the OPM and disaster preparedness be dispatched immediately to assess the situation in preparation, anticipation for disaster and other threatening fallouts from the state of fear and displacement of population and animals in Lamour's constituency and the district. The resolution of the security meeting be studied and internalized by various security agencies for implementation of the interventions. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would like to lay two documents on the table as follows. A copy of resolutions of the security meeting held in Lamour district by the leaders in the affected sub-counties on June 27, 2023, and the last one is the latest document detailing PDM status in Lamour, which is now in high gear but being threatened. I beg to submit and lay. For the record, I am Dr. Okulo Abuka J. Anthony, MP Lamour.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, Honorable Dr. Okulo was one of the longest serving army officers, a doctor. He had a clinic here at Sheraton and he treated he was one of the few specialists in the country that we had, especially during those difficult times of Idi Amin. He did a very, very good job. So when you see me patient, but Honorable colleagues also, just a reminder, a kind reminder, when you go on the floor and you're reading, it becomes a statement, and that statement should be uploaded for each one of us to share. And unfortunately, the rules do not allow a member to come and make a statement apart from Rule 55, which is a statement for personal explanation. So that's why I always tell you, revise so that you come and in 2 minutes you give a summary of your issue, you make prayers, and we address your concerns, okay? So that's a kind reminder. Yes. Government?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've noted the concerns of the Honorable Okulo, which he has stated with precision. I'll seek that he gives me a copy of the documents he laid, the statement, especially the resolutions of the security meeting, so that we seek appropriate responses to the problem. On the issue of the LDUs, the President fortunately has authorized the recruitment of LDUs for these affected areas where cattle raids take place.
Thank you. Yes, clarification to...
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Okulo has raised a very important point which affects many areas, particularly where we come from in the northern area. I remember when His Excellency the President was in the region. On the 15th, he met the Acholi elders, and on the 16th, he met the Lango. And this is one of the areas that was raised. It has been observed that in the area where Honorable Okulo comes from, in the area of Amoro and Gulu, they are armed herdsmen, commonly known as Balalu, who are armed with guns, and they are forcing their animals to graze in people's land. This is a very serious matter, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like the minister, since he's here, and I really appreciate him because he's always there listening to our problem and acting on them. It is important that you don't only listen, or the entire northern region is now being invaded by armed Balalu. They are no longer just Balalu. They are now Balalu who are armed. So it's important, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry I had to raise this because it's causing insecurity all across in the northern region. I beg to request.
Honourable Minister, or do you want to?
Thank you, Rika. Regarding the Honorable Mama Cecilia's issue, the President has issued an executive order number 3 of evicting all Balalo from northern Uganda. But I want to update Parliament about that order. In the last cabinet sitting, with the permission of my senior, the President extended its enforcement to September because there is another study by General Saleh with the leaders in the north, and there are proposals that can enrich the execution of that order. Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Honourable Minister, I would request that you meet the MPs from Acholi and Lango sub-region who are affected, so that you engage on these issues and you update them, so that some of them are sorted out at that level without necessarily coming here all the time.
I will, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Bakoro Anthony.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on matter of national importance, especially on the issue of the local government structures. Right Honorable Speaker, the Local Government Act, especially Part 5 and the Section 45, established administration structure, especially the LC1 and LC2. Unfortunately, these structures were, they did elections in 2018 and 2019. And these are LC1 chairpersons and their team, and LC2 chairpersons and the team. Honorable Speaker, it has been realized that this term of these people ended this June, and therefore they are sitting in the offices illegally. And all of us, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, we know how important this team is. They give recommendations. The LC2, they also have the local council court. And even recently, yesterday, I was watching, LC1 was welcoming even His Excellency, the President in Oyam. And the office is actually
operating illegally. My prayers are, Right Honorable Speaker, number one, I want to hear from the Ministry of Local Government and then the Attorney General, if there are special arrangements they have made, which is within the law, to make sure this office should continue to operate. And second, Right Honorable Speaker, the second prayer is that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs should update the House on when these important offices in this country, the election will take place. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister for Local Government called me today before the session to extend his apologies because this issue had been shared with him. So I want to make the work of the Right Honourable very, very easy. And he promised me he'll be here tomorrow. So tomorrow, I expect the Minister for Local Government to give us an oral answer, which I don't need to schedule on the order paper. Okay? And he will liaise with the Attorney General. Honourable Judith Sachan. Procedure.
Right Honourable Speaker, just on the very ruling you've made, because also the women councils are also operating illegally, want you to be procedure right, as the Minister for Local Governments comes tomorrow to explain about the LC1s and LC2s, to also give him the response about the women councils.
Government, please also do the same. Okay. Honourable Judith Sachan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise on a matter which had hinted on. In December 2022, a non-gunman broke into one of the village circle and went away with 30 millions. We've not been able to recover. As a woman member of parliament and my other colleagues, we have to start from the grass with the group members. On the 2nd of April, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, a non-gunman broke into Choromel Center 2 and managed to escape with drugs worth millions of shillings. On the same faithful night, Right Honourable Speaker, Awach L Center 2, Patuda L Center 2 in Kitgum District, Lelabaro L Center 2 in Gulu District, Chuero L Center 3, Pudo L Center 3, Langol L Center 3 was the most recent of yesterday but one. Right Honourable Speaker, I spoke about this few minutes ago, but it's, I think, quite beyond what we are looking at that needs attention of the security of this country. My prayer is one, intensify the investigation to its conclusions. Restocking the drugs in these health centers has also been a challenge to us. You make calls and no responses are always made. Let's also try to revise the issues of deploying single askaris to these health centers because they get tired, they work in the day, they work in the night. Like for Choromel Center 2, the askari was put at a gunpoint. The mother who had just delivered at the health center 2 and her husband were all locked in and the drugs were taken. My last prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, cognizant of the previous years of insecurity in northern Uganda, and given that the aims of these gunmen are not known, this matter should be handled with immediate and utmost effect and urgency treated in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. But I would also want to say sometimes we emphasize.
Let's
thank you.
Yeah. I have the Minister for Health, I have the Minister for Internal Affairs. I'm sure you must have already coordinated it. See, Minister for Health, your health centers, they are being raided and medicine taken.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, all our health centers, 3 and 4, have got an askari, which is even in their organogram. And I think they're just being overpowered by the militia she's talking about. And I'll hand over this to security to handle.
So, Honourable Minister for Internal Affairs, please coordinate at your level. Okay? Coordinate at your level, see how you can support the Minister for Health to protect our health centers. Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, almost 74 trucks for Ugandan traders loaded with the maize grain, maize flour, and wheat worth over 8 billion Ugandan shillings were confiscated in South Sudan by the South Sudan National Bureau of Standards, and it is coming to a month now. As we talk now, all truck drivers in Uganda are on a strike, and this may increase the prices of maize flour in our country. Right Honourable Speaker, my prayers are that the government should intervene as soon as possible in this matter, so that these trucks are released as soon as possible. And secondly, if possible, the minister responsible can bring a statement on this issue, because it is a national matter. Thank you so much,
Right Honourable
Speaker,
Minister,
for the opportunity.
Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to call Honourable Minister for Security if he has some answers about that, but if he doesn't have, I'll come back with an update on that.
Can you update us tomorrow, even if it's verbal, at least update us tomorrow on this issue?
But let me inquire if he has something to do with trucks in Southern Sudan. No, it is trade,
tomorrow.
but you know these ministries.
Tomorrow, okay?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Much obliged.
Natumanya Flore. Procedure, Honourable Seku.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The procedural issue I'm raising relates to the matter that has just been put on the floor. Personally, Right Honourable Speaker, I feel burdened by the fact that most of the time, Ugandans are victims of incidences of their goods being prevented to enter or cross within the East African community. It perplexes, therefore, our minds to see this going on, and yet we are talking about East African community, East African Federation, and what have you. But most of the time, it is Ugandans who are victims. So the procedural issue I am putting to you, Right Honourable Speaker, is that wouldn't it be procedural right if we had a moment to debate the fate of the Ugandan interests within the Eastern African community, where we are being victimized left and right, and yet we are putting all our efforts and interest to save the situation.
Thank you. No, it would be General David Mose giving us some update.
I'd like to provide information still with the permission of my leader. That issue was raised in cabinet, the last cabinet, and the president said he had been informed by President Salva, found it had aflatoxins. So the Right Honourable Kadaga said they have composed a team to go and check those things and then decide the fate of those trucks. That's an update I wanted to give.
Colleagues, the Honourable, the Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga yesterday touched on the same matter when we were here. But the most urgent issue, the issue of the trucks that is causing strikes and all that, maybe, Right Honourable, I wanted you to go back tomorrow, you look at what quick information can you give us. But what Honourable Seku has said, it's possible. It's possible. We can have a debate. But how can a debate come? It cannot be generated by a presiding officer. You members, you have that power. Bring a motion and you see whether we don't give you space. I don't have that power. So, Honourable Seku, you can. Now, colleagues, I have a lot on my table today. Allow me to move on. Honourable Florence.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the
Honorable
issue.
Sengu, I have a report from your committee. I want it handled today.
I rise on the issue on the matter of national importance. Over 1,000 evictees from Chikube District, Kasonga Parish, Buchinda, LC1, have pitched camp at my home and the home of the area MP, Honorable Kazin Francis, and others are roaming the district. It has become a security issue in the district, and even as the leaders, we cannot feed these people, we cannot give them all their demands. We have brought, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a Buchinda issue. These people were evicted from their ancestral home by the office of the Prime Minister, claiming that their land was owned by UNHCR, Changwari Refugee Camp. They were evicted 3 years ago. They've been camping at the RDC's office 1.5 years ago now. But recently, the landlord where they've been camping evicted them because he was going to develop the place. That's why they have moved. They decided to move to our homes. We have brought this matter several times to the Prime Minister's office. We have brought this matter to the Minister of Lands, Honorable Judith Nabakova, who also visited the people in Buchinda. We brought this matter to the President when he visited Buhuka, when he had come to launch the oil rig early April of this year. But up to now, there has not been an answer for these people. It is our prayer that government finds an immediate lasting solution to resettle these people. It has become a security matter. Information from my colleague.
Thank you. No, on matters of national importance, we don't allow information. Okay? And colleagues, when you come to my office to seek guidance, and I guide you for it. Okay? You took care, I guided you. So why are you now doing it differently? So, Honourable Minister, please, I always want to follow what we agree.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we are aware about
Maybe
that
just,
matter.
no, colleagues, for your information, I told the colleagues we don't allow information on matters of national importance. So Honourable Florence submit, you finish. When you finish, I will also allow Honourable Kazini to come on his own. Now you start information juggling. No, that's not how we do things. Honourable Minister, so Honourable Kazini has lost out that way.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are aware about the matter, and we have been handling with the respective agencies. I would request that you give us time. We conclude the matter and we shall come up with a report regarding the matter.
Now, Honourable Minister, colleagues, first listen. Honourable Minister, when, you know, we face a lot. A colleague reaches in your office and starts crying sometimes. Yes, Speaker, people, you have over 100 people in your home. Okay? Honourable Kazini, maybe you can explain it better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. It is now 3 years since these people were evicted from Bukinda and they were camping at the office of the RDC. So far, we have registered 8 days. Compare situation where a person come and camp somewhere, a person died, and you struggle as a leader to get where to bury these people. They have now camped in our homes. Compare situation where you received 1,000 visitors when you are not prepared for them. They are all in our heads. Mr. Speaker, we come to you now. This is the house where we belong as members of parliament. We have moved in every office in this country, including the office of the president. Now, the last resort, we are coming to this August house where we belong, but more importantly to you as a parent and also as the leader of this house. This country has not failed to resettle these people. Government have got so many idle land. They have been giving it to the investors. These are Ugandans that are voting this government. I beg that, if possible, let part of Bugoma forest be gazetted and settle these people. If not that, let the government look elsewhere and settle these people.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, see the situation we are in as leaders. See the situation, the people we are leading. You cannot lead comfortably when your people you are leading are suffering. They are in our home. We don't have we don't have where to feed, what to feed them. We don't have where to accommodate them. They are sick. We just this is the situation we are in.
Thank
this
you,
house
Honorable. Now,
I beg Mr. Speaker that you help us.
Thank you.
Perhaps even the government can come and be providing food as we look for the solution. Mr. Speaker, save us as leaders. We are suffering with our people.
Thank you.
I thank you.
So, Honorable Minister, where I'm stuck is really when you meet a delegation, it comes to my office. I'm a reader. I say they've gone anywhere, everywhere. They are not seeing a solution. Now start contributing. Should we start fundraising on the floor? We've picked people from Ubududa, we've taken them to Kidiandongo. They don't need to be resettled around Bunyora Road. We can get land somewhere else and we resettle them. But also, anyway, Honorable Minister, you are responding to the matter. We need your help.
Thank you. Thank you, Right
Please,
Honorable.
let's listen to the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Like I've said, we have been handling this matter. For those people to be staying in the homes of the MPs, I've just learned it from here. I knew about them when they were at the RDC's place. And we have been coordinating with the RDC and also other stakeholders to find a lasting solution to the problem. Because if they were evicted, we need to find where to take them. And we need to look around from within the same region to find vacant land belonging to government or land which government can buy to resettle these people.
Honorable Minister, can't we, if we have failed to find land, can't we treat them as refugees in their own country? We put them in a refugee camp? Because I've not seen us coming here on the floor saying we are waiting to get space for refugees. We always get it immediately. So can we get space for Ugandans? I know you can't decide alone, okay? But can you coordinate as a government? Then tomorrow you give us an update that these people get out of homes of MPs.
Right Honorable, I'm going to coordinate with the Office of the Prime Minister and we shall give you an answer by tomorrow.
Tomorrow you will update us at 2 p.m. Thank you. No, Honorable Guzuri, let's conclude matters of national importance. Honorable Guzuri, then Honorable Mushemeza.
Mr. Speaker, by commission or omission, the government has not been able to meet a statutory obligation which requires that at the end of every year, ex gratia should be paid to local or lower council leaders and LC1s. And we have now ended up with a very undesirable and discriminatory situation where some councillors and LC1s are paid and others in the new newly created administrative units are not paid. So I want to hear from government led by the Prime Minister, and also as the Minister for Local Government comes tomorrow, what remedy do they have now that the financial year has ended? Mr. Speaker, secondly, we passed a budget of 52.7 trillion this financial year. I've been reliably informed as at the end of last financial year, monies have been returned from districts, MDAs, and these monies are sitting with the Ministry of Finance. In accounting, that money is supposed to be treated as balance brought forward and added to.
Honorable, you know I allowed you one question.
True,
now
but,
I thought you were still on.
I need to.
One feeds into the other.
Exactly.
Huh?
That's where I'm coming. So these monies have come there. In accounting, they are supposed to be treated as balance brought forward. Ideally, we should have started with the money which was returned before we talk of the money we are going to raise this financial year. So, can the Minister for Finance update us how much money has been returned to the consolidated fund and where these resources are and where they are going to be spent, so that we address very pertinent statutory obligations like this? I thank you.
Tomorrow, these issues should be also responded to tomorrow. Honorable Mushemeza. Procedure, Terego.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's heartbreaking to hear that Terego returns over 6 billion. And this includes money from donors. Right Honorable Speaker, this includes money as gratuity and pension. I was in Terego on Monday, and I traveled in the evening. Right now, Honorable Speaker, I got many people crying because their pensions and gratuity was not paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedural right to ask local government to explain why cows who have no capacity are being deployed? And Terego has written several letters that saying this gentleman has no capacity, he should be at least put where maybe there are few activities. Wouldn't it really procedure right to get an answer on the floor, Parliament?
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, you can see Honorable Bigarose is very clever. She knows she should have come to office, presented her matter, and we agree on how she will present it. But she has brought it under procedure. So, colleagues, issues brought that way, I will not be giving them attention. I will not call the minister. Because there is MPs walk to office, they present their issues, we go through the issues, we say this for under Prime Minister's time, this for under motions, this one's for under matters of national importance. So, it's a critical issue, but Honorable Bigarose has dodged visiting my office. But tomorrow the minister can also look at that, okay? Honorable Mushemeza, conclude matters of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a matter of urgent national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, as we prepare to implement the competition law after assent by the President, and as we also embrace Islamic banking and other services in this modern digital era, many consumers are complaining how telecom companies are cheating them. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues of concern are, but not limited to, expired bundles, callback tune payments to artists, who is benefiting from the mobile money for the deceased, and other issues. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here as a voice of the suffering and bleeding consumers. Right Honorable Speaker, it would be of interest to the country if a committee of parliament, such as Tourism, Trade and Industry, investigated these concerns, since the issues I'm raising are of consumer protection and competition in nature. My prayer.
Thank you.
I request this House, through you, your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, to refer the matter to the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry for a thorough investigation. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, I see you are petitioning and you want it in your committee. But it would have come better if it was, for example, a petition or a motion. But since the issues are well captured, I use my general authority to refer the matter to the Committee on ICT. which is the matter looking after the sector, and it should report back in 45 days. Looking at it thoroughly. Next item. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Because you've referred that matter to the committee, I am reminded that on the 15th of November 2022, a matter in this House was referred to the committee. It was a petition by Pre-Primary Teachers Association for Uganda on the question of pre-primary education. It was referred to the Committee of Education. I report here that to date, nothing has happened. So I'm worried when we refer a matter to the committee, when will it be responded? Will it get the attention it deserves? When should the committee come back to this House to report that they cannot handle the matter?
The committee should be reporting back in 45 days. For more than 45 days, they should be seeking more time on the floor. Okay, so Committee of Education, Honorable Seungu, I know you're a member, because I don't see the leadership here. I don't see the leadership. Do you have any information regarding that matter? The vice chair, oh, the vice chairperson is here.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've been in that committee with him as he was appointed vice chair, but we have not heard that matter, and we are going to seek from the answered, and we take responsibility. However, Mr. Speaker, you are given room to respond to something very serious. The issue of Honorable Mayanja. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we have many ministers, and some of us were against having a big number, was because the president justified that he wanted his work to be easy for him to do his work. When members bring an issue like the rulings in South Sudan for a month, we pray to the Prime Minister that he take these matters seriously. For example, the issue of the honorable was almost bleeding here, crying. We want to know, has the minister taken interest to visit that locus, to find out what's happening in that particular place? They write, they cry. We pray that Madam Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, take this matter very seriously. We have the Speaker, whenever we raise our matters, they ring you. That's why you come here to respond. And after responding, some of them take off like the Attorney General is no longer here because my matter was disposed. But we pray, Mr. Speaker, that we should see where we have bilateral relationship. And the one time Rwanda refused our food, our items. Now Sudan is coming in. You should take quick interest before even it comes to the House. But members of Parliament find it even in the public.
Thank you, Honorable Seungu.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I know the Prime Minister will take this seriously. Kindly, under bilateral arrangement and the cries of the members, reach them and take interest in the locus before we handle this matter as being failed by you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Crack, please cross-check to find whether indeed this matter was conveyed to the rightful committee, because after making a resolution here, the clerk or a directive by the House, the clerk should extract and communicate to the committee. So I need in the morning confirm to me if that was done, so that the matter is handled. Honorable Christine, you had a procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My procedure matter was relating on the time allocated to the different aspects here. For example, the State of the Nation debate, according to the order paper, was allocated 60 minutes. Likewise, other subjects are allocated, and we prepare. You know, when you look at the minutes, you're like, probably I will have a chance to speak, you research. Then we come here, and Right Honorable Speaker, you come up with other different allocations to the time. So I am just requesting, this is a procedural matter. We're proceeding right. You come having looked at the time to be allocated per subject, and then we come here and then we change it. That was my subject, my procedural matter.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, if I went strict on this time, each one of you would have half a second. 30 minutes, presenting a report, debating it, concluding it. We move to another one. I look at you, all of you, you look innocent. None of you has had problems with DNA results. So you're all humble. So, all of you, your future is bright. I mean, yeah, you don't know how to. And well researched. So I tend to give you more time at the same time. But if you reach out to me and you say, Right Honorable, I've read the order paper, there is this topic, I'm an expert, for example, on this issue, or I've done extensive research, I believe my submission will guide the House better. I can even give you 5 minutes. Okay? So try to communicate with us. Okay. Thank you. Mugori, I can see you're very, you're itching. I don't know what the problem is.
Yes, Right Honorable, it was just like an additional procedure issue in regard to what Honorable talked about, the money is returned. And we're talking of the Ministry of Local Government. The procedure matter I raised that we don't need procedure right to invite the Minister of Finance. Because, for example, nationally, all you gift secondary schools, all you gift in Uganda, money was brought on 20th June and taken back. I have 3 of them in my constituency, Kabweri, and now they can't proceed. They bring money, and in 2 weeks, money is taken back. So I think that's why I'm saying, couldn't we just debate it? That's the procedure that I was bringing.
Now, Honorable Minister for Education, you're here. Money for Egypt have already swept it back.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this matter that is on the floor is very critical. Just this morning at Hotel Africana, all the leaders of local government, they're discussing the report of service delivery, performance report. And one of the critical issues that is being discussed is the issue of money getting back to the consolidated fund, among which is U-Gift Fund. And I think this time round something has to be done because it is becoming too much, and because of that the construction work cannot go ahead, and yet we needed that school not today but yesterday. And I want to believe that with that discussion going on, and before the Prime Minister, she's right there, we will come up with a solution with your support such that this money gets back to the local government.
Thank you. Now, government, you see, colleagues, I remember here when some people were protesting, and I saw even some writing in papers, when we were handling the supplementary here. Remember when I insisted that we handle Part B, so that it stops holding critical money. That was the money. That was the money. That's the money which I was saying, Honorable colleagues, we better approve Part B, because Part A is already spent. But it is holding Part B, you don't want us to move, and later on, colleagues, you agreed, we moved and we approved Part B. But the question is, why should such a critical money wait to come under supplementary that needs prior approval? When we allow you to spend 3% and you come and you get retrospective approval. So, I believe, I don't want us to enter the work of the executive, especially with what the minister has said. But my thinking is what you're discussing now is that this money is very critical, and from here, since we've entered July, you are going to release it back to districts under 3%. Because you have a window under 3%, then you report back to government, to Parliament in 4 months, as per the law. Okay? So that would be our advice as of now. Those are issues which you handle as government, but this is not money we expect you to again bring in May. Under supplementary, we issue it to you, then it again bounces back to the consolidated fund, then it again comes as, so chair of the committee kind of follow up on this, and chair budget, but I'm also going to take it up seriously. Honorable colleagues, let's move, honorable colleagues. Next item.
Item number 5 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Health on a petition about delayed commencement of medical internship for the 2023 intake and the welfare of medical interns.
Chair, Committee on Harris.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Health on a petition about delayed commencement of medical internship for 2023 intake and welfare of medical interns, and its appendages, which include the minutes. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to page 1, that's the introduction. On the 24th April 2023, representatives of prospective medical interns for the 2023 intake petition the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament over delayed commencement of medical internship for 2023 intake and welfare of medical interns. In accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the petition to the Committee on Health for expeditious consideration before reporting back to the House. Prior to the petition, the committee interacted with senior House officers over the non-payment of their allowances and found it necessary to handle issues affecting the two categories concurrently. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to go to the background and
Honorable, it came from here, so just go straight. Today I want us to finish our order paper. Yeah. So
if it suits you, Right Honorable Speaker, the background, let me tease out some excerpts of the background to bring members up to speed. Paragraph 1 of the background: practical supervised medical work for 1 year is a mandatory stage for graduate medical interns, pharmacists, dental surgeons, and graduate nurses the world over before licensure to practice. We shall skip paragraph 2, go to paragraph 3. The aforementioned laws create professional bodies which issue provisional licenses to be used for the period of internship. Paragraph 4. During internship, graduate medical doctors work under the supervision of senior medical doctors, stroke specialists in the field of surgery, medicine, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, and other specialties for 1 year. Thereafter, they are eligible to be registered and licensed to practice medicine. Assistants and nurses also work under their respective senior professionals as a prerequisite for registration and licensing to practice. Final paragraph: over time, due to liberalization of the education sector in the 1990s, the number of health training institutions has increased. Similarly, the number of medical interns has grown from 965 in 2016 to 1,690 in 2022. And this has further increased to 1,901 in 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, page 2. Medical interns are paid an allowance during the period of practice. In 2017, they were receiving a gross monthly allowance of 750,000. It was enhanced to the range between 960,000 and 1 million in 2019. On the 19th of August 2021, His Excellency the President directed that allowances paid to all cadres of medical interns should be half of what is paid to fully appointed entry-level public health officers, public officers in respective professions. To date, the presidential directive has not been fully implemented due to financial constraints. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 3. That was the methodology we used, and we interacted with the petitioners and other prospective medical interns for the year 2023 intake. I would like to draw your attention to page 4, findings, observations, and recommendations. These were in respect to the terms of reference drawn from the prayers of the petitioners. That is bullet 5 on page 4. To ascertain whether the Ministry of Health involved the prospective medical interns for the 2023 intake in the ongoing consultations to find a solution to the delayed commencement of medical internship. The Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwebesa, in a letter dated 31st March 2023, addressed to the Executive Directors of National Referral Hospitals, Hospital Directors of Regional Referral Hospitals, Medical Superintendents of General Hospitals, and Medical Directors of PNFP Internship Training Centers, informed them that the commencement of internship for the financial year 23-24 would delay by 2 weeks pending detailed consultations with various stakeholders for a sustainable national During the interaction with the prospective interns, the committee was informed the interns were not informed of the delay in commencement of internship. Rather, they learnt of this through unofficial ways such as social media, and to date no formal communication had been made about the delay in commencement of internship. The committee observed, that's on page 5 at the top, the committee observed that there is a communication gap between MOH and the prospective medical interns, and this has led to anxiety. This is partly attributed to the fact that the prospective medical interns for the year 23 have no formal association, stroke organization through which the Ministry of Health can update or inform them regarding the current situation. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Health should involve medical interns in the ongoing consultative process through various medical councils to find a solution to the delay in commencement of internship and update Parliament accordingly. The Ministry of Health should further develop a framework under which prospective and deployed interns can be continuously engaged and consulted on internship issues from time to time. The Ministry of Health should devise means of periodically updating the prospective medical interns either through print or electronic media. Bullet 5.2, to establish whether Ministry of Health has set a date for commencement of medical internship for 2023 intake with a commitment of a monthly payment of allowances to medical interns and senior house officers. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 6. The committee observed that there is no commencement date that had been set for 2023 medical interns intake due to lack of funds. The committee recommends that with immediate effect, the Ministry of Health should provide an update to the House about the ongoing consultations with stakeholders in regard to the delayed commencement of internship for the next financial year. Bullet 5.3, to establish whether discrepancies in allowance of medical interns have been harmonized in compliance with the presidential directive. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to table 1. It shows the various cadres of medical interns, the salary appointed of the public health officer, what they should be getting, what they are getting, and the discrepancy. The last column is for the discrepancies. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 7. The committee recommends the presidential directive should be fully implemented. The committee further recommends aligning and harmonizing the presidential directive on allowances of medical interns with Public Service Standing Order J5 of 2021. Bullet 5.4, to establish whether the Ministry of Finance can provide a supplementary budget for areas of medical interns for 2022 intake and areas of first and second year SHOs. Right Honorable Speaker, please allow me to read that one verbatim. The committee established that 51 1 billion was appropriated for interns and SHOs for the financial year 22-23. The committee further found out that interns of 2022 intake were not paid for the month of March 2023, which was their last internship month. Similarly, SHOs in their first year were last paid in October 2022. The SHOs in their second year were last paid in December 2022. In response to the above issue, the Ministry of Health explained that for the current financial year 22-23, the funding provided for medical interns could only cater for 8 months. As a result, MOH had utilized funds for senior house officers to cover interns for the 3 months of December, January, and February 23. The final month of March 2023 has not been paid up to now, although the medical interns have already been signed off and left the training institutions. Part of the funds released to the Ministry of Health for the fourth quarter of this financial year have been allocated for the payment of allowances for senior house officers. The committee observed that according to Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Regulation 18 of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2016, there are processes that an entity must follow in case there is need for a supplementary expenditure arises. It is not therefore up to the petitioners to ask for the supplementary budget. The committee further observed that since the financial year under consideration is in the last quarter, it may not be visible for Ministry of Health to consider raising a supplementary request for the allowances of medical interns. The committee therefore recommends that 46 billion and 23 billion be provided for the Ministry of Finance in the next financial year 23-24 to cater for the shortfall of the budget for medical interns and senior house officers respectively, since the 1,901 medical interns have already been allocated to the 58 internship sites. They have been allocated, honorable colleagues, but they have not yet been deployed. So that's the money that the committee recommends. The Ministry of Health, in consultation with Ministry of Education and Ministry of Finance, should set a fixed number of interns to sponsor every financial year based on their academic performance at the university. The committee recommends that the arrears should be paid with immediate effect. Bullet 5.5 to establish whether allowances for medical interns and senior house officers for the 2023 intake have been provided for in the national budget, financial year 23-24. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to also read this verbatim. The committee was informed that in comparison with financial year 22-23, there is a reduction in the budget for allowances of medical interns and SHOs by 40.9 billion, from 51.1 to 10.23 billion next financial year. This is the current financial year 23-24. The committee noted that the incoming 1,901 medical interns will require a budget of 54.6 billion, while senior house officers will require 25.85 billion for the next financial year 23-24, which amounts to 80.45 billion. This leaves a shortfall of 70.22 billion. Speed what senior house officers means. These are doctors who are doing their masters, what we call resident doctors. So they do their masters for 3 years, and government agreed they will also be paid an allowance. So the committee observes that the allocated funds can only run the internship program for 1 month. Failure to provide funds for medical interns and senior house officers will worsen the already dire situation in the health sector. The committee recommends that a shortfall amounting to 70.22 billion be acquired to finance allowances of medical interns and senior house officers for the financial year 23-24 and should be allocated before Parliament concludes appropriation of the national budget. Now, Right Honourable Speaker, This report was ready on May 12th, so some of the things have been overtaken by events. Page 9, Right Honourable Speaker. There are some general observations the committee made in regard to medical education and training. I'd like to draw your attention to the paragraph on page 9, the first one, liberalization of the education sector. The committee observed that over time, due to liberalization of the education sector, including health education, the number of health training institutions has increased. Similarly, the number of medical interns has grown from 965 in 2016 to 1,690 in 2022 and has reached 1,901 in 2023. To emphasize that, when I was in medical school, there were only 2 universities training doctors. Now I think there are about 11. Currently, there are 19 accredited universities producing graduates requiring to do internship, as opposed to 4 universities 6 years ago. I would like to draw your attention to Table 3, and you should look at the increment from 2016 to 2023. That number has more or less doubled from 965 to 1,901. Accreditation of health training institutions. The committee was informed the National Council of Higher Education has a quality assurance framework for accreditation of health training institutions. Inspection of the training institutions is carried out by a joint team from National Council of Higher Education and respective professional bodies. In 2018, the National Council of Higher Education introduced a limit to cap the number of students, particularly training institution provides, based on the available facilities and capacity. This is being implemented at the point of renewal of accreditation of each institution. In bold, I would like to draw your attention to the committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the National Council of Higher Education should expedite the process of developing a database for students in higher institutions undertaking the different medical courses and have it ready by the end of financial year 23-24. The database should be updated annually and accessible by Ministry of Health for better planning in the short and medium term. The committee recommends the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, Nurses and Midwives Act should be amended to expressly provide for structured pre-internship examinations of all prospective interns and pre-registration examination for those who have completed internship. This will act as a mechanism for quality assurance. Pre-registration exams are already provided for by pharmacists under the Pharmacy and Drugs Act, while the practice of subject all the graduates from different institutions to one exam is already being implemented under BITVET Act for the allied health professionals and the nurses and midwives. Criteria for admission to health training institutions. The committee was informed by the National Council for Higher Education that the criteria institutions for higher learning used to admit students for medical courses is direct entry, mature entry, diploma holders and higher education certificate in biologicals. However, the cutoff points depend on the institution stroke training schools, so it is not universal. The committee observed that many of the medical schools which are accredited by National Council of Higher Education have a high number of part-time staff due to financial challenges and inadequate teaching professionals, stroke lecturers. National Council of Higher Education should stipulate that part-time staff should not be more than 30% of the teaching staff. Lack of policy on medical interns. The committee was informed that there are 58 internship training centers in Uganda for the 2023 intake, but no policy to guide the training. Annually, the Ministry of Health provides guidelines for the training of medical interns. According to the guidelines, one specialist with a minimum of 5 years experience is meant to supervise 4 medical interns. The current practice is that one specialist supervises between 6 to 8 interns. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Health has been allowing specialists with 3 years experience to supervise interns. This has a potential of compromising the quality of medical training rendered. The committee was informed by the Ministry of Education and Sports that a 9-member interministerial committee was constituted and inaugurated in order to address challenges in health training in the country. This committee is comprised of representatives from Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. The policy will be submitted to Cabinet by the end of financial year 2023-2024. The committee therefore recommends that the Ministries of Education and Health should ensure that the policy on internship training is presented to Cabinet before the end of financial year 23-24, and a report presented to Parliament after. Conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the delay in deployment of 1,900 medical interns has been majorly attributed to budget shortfalls to cater for the allowances in 22-23 and financial year 23-24. This has been compounded by the significant increase in the number of medical interns graduating from the various institutions and lack of early budgetary planning due to inadequate information on the number of students undertaking medical courses at the various universities. The lack of an internship policy, which is still under development, has further led to inadequate guidelines to address the number and corresponding budgetary allocations. The 1,900 medical interns for the 2023 intake already fulfilled the various processes of applying to their respective professional councils and have already been allocated to their different internship sites by the Ministry of Health. The senior house officers were already deployed but have not been paid due to budgetary shortfalls. The committee therefore urges Parliament to adopt this report in order to address both the current and medium-term challenges facing medical interns and senior house officers in the country. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, these two cadres are the workhorses of our healthcare system. If we do not pay them, if we do not motivate them, it's a very big disservice, and any of us can fall prey. Going to a regional referral hospital within your region, and these people are not on station. They are outside moonlighting. Yesterday, there was a resolution to increase the number of judges. I would also hope that our dear minister here can also come up before this Parliament, because when the judges fall sick in the regional, in the courts where they are, Right Honourable Speaker, I think these doctors will be the first on call to address them. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have a problem with your conclusion, especially where you say that among the reasons for failure to budget was lack of early budgetary planning due to inadequate information on the number of students undertaking medical courses. Really, for such a conclusion, when the budget was reduced, at least if they had maintained the budget, and then you say, no, for us we projected on the same numbers as ones of last financial year, but here you reduced it you reduced it by around 40 billion, from 51 billion to 10.23 of 10.23 billion. Was that due to lack of adequate information for planning on projections? No, this was deliberate.
Right Honourable Speaker, the committee forecasted that and gave the figures, the projected figures of 80 billion to the budget committee, but what finally came out was the 10 billion.
No,
So
I'm saying government. How much did government put in? Because you see, did did government budget 50 billion and Parliament reduced it?
Right Honorable Speaker, what happened was we put 80 billion.
No, what did government put in their budget proposal?
Sorry?
What did government put in their budget proposal? Government presented us their budget estimates. How much did it put?
That was the 10 billion shillings. Right?
10 billion. Yeah. So we never interfered with the government proposal. Because you see, an issue might go out that Parliament reduced money for interns, and yet it's not. And even where we try reallocation, we are accused you're tampering with our budget. So right now, Prime Minister, you see our dilemma as Parliament. So,
Right Honorable Speaker, what happened was payment of interns and senior house officers are under subventions. And I remember bringing to the attention of this House and the Budget Committee that subventions were cut by 80% across the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you. What I was focusing on was your conclusion, okay? Plus, on page 8, where you say the committee was informed that in comparison with the financial year 2022-2023, there is a reduction in the budget allocation for the allowances of medical interns and SHOs by UGX 40.9 billion, from 51.1 to 10.23 billion next financial year. Okay? So if government had brought a proposal of 50 billion and then this House reduces it downwards, then Parliament would be guilty here. But this is what came from government, and that's what we took. Then maybe also what I wanted to know, I came to understand that, Honourable Minister, some of these students, some of these interns are foreigners, are foreign students who will come here, do internship, we pay them. After their internship, they carry their qualifications to their countries. Okay? Now, they are not only in East Africa. I don't think they are only from East Africa. I know many Nigerians, I know many from where they are studying here. So with your meager resources, what situation are you in? And is it the same in other countries? Now, number two, honorable colleagues, because you see, there are issues where you have to look at sustainability and reality. Colleagues, the honorable chair has shown us here in the report that from 2016, the number of interns has increased from 965 to 1,901 in 2023. And also you remember the allowances were tripled. Okay? So, did we make any planning or estimates, or did we look at projections in the future to say before we triple this money? Because I'm sure if they had been doubled, maybe they would have appreciated. And finally, it's a question, I know it might be unpopular to many, and including here. But me, as a person who has run business, sustainability and reality help you make a very clear business decision. Is this issue sustainable? The day you start getting 5,000 doctors, will you be able to pay interns at this much? It's a question. Number two, what does it help for you to pay someone as a trainee, then after 1 year you send him on the street to run a saloon because you cannot employ him to run any business because you have doctors who don't have jobs? What do we need? Do we need these doctors to finish their training and we employ them in their sub-counties? In fact, if it was possible for me, this money would be used to employ these doctors in sub-counties in area center cities. Because you're training people, you're giving them money For 1 year, they test some good life. After 1 year, they go away on the street. Okay? So why don't we look at reality? Anyway, this were just my observation. Colleagues, I open the debate. Okay? No shadow minister is a member of the committee. Please, rules prohibit you from debating this report. Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, I'm going to open. We shall have 15 members, and I will use numerical strings to determine how you speak. From NRM, from independents, from the opposition. Okay? So, we are going to shoot right away. No, let me give 2 minutes each. Let me start with Honorable Senyonji. I add on Honorable Chotera. Then I add on Honorable Amede. Those who have spoken today, I will not pick you. I add on Honorable Christine. Then I got Honorable Otara. Even if they are different, I try to balance people. Yes, I have a way used. I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. I know Honorable Komakech. I'm going to pick you. Yeah. So let's
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, when we are debating, really, I know some of you like to submit under procedure. Let us submit under. Honorable Rusakero, what's your procedure matter?
Right Honorable Speaker, you brought a very important issue regarding the conclusion about the role that Parliament played in the budget allocation, and you clarified that. The procedure matter I'm raising on is whether we should maintain that in our records of Parliament, because you have clarified it, but then we need it really. I think wouldn't it be procedurally, wouldn't it be procedurally right for us to make the record right by saying that it is wrong, and then we remove it from our records? Thank you.
Chair, what would be your view on that? Because you see, the answer is full. The clarification which Chair considered to is captured on the floor. Okay? Now, I would say maybe the report should remain the way it is, but the report can't stand alone, it moves with the answered. So now it has been clarified on the answered. I think it would be sufficient, Honorable. Yeah. Honorable Senyonyi, 2 minutes each, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the critical issue here is we need to begin to put our money where our mouth is. We have numerous challenges as a country that we grapple with, and so spreading our resource envelope can be a challenge. But there are things that are important. There are things that are critical. Healthcare is important. These hospitals, the bulk of the work therein is done by these interns. As we speak today, Right Honorable Speaker, many hospitals have gone to mine in my area, Naguru Referral Hospital, and that's the story of many others. The few doctors who are there are overburdened. You find people who are stuck in the corridors with patients. These doctors will tell you, I have been alert for the past 48 hours without sleep. They will collapse and die. Why? Because the interns are not in place. We need to facilitate them. We need to cease to see this as just some luxurious expenditure. It is not. These interns have got to feed. Many of them are being thrown out of the houses they are renting today. Many of them have got to walk miles, and some in the night, because they retire from work late in the night. To return, they don't have transport money. So it's important that we begin to facilitate them now. The worry about the doctors, eventually when they have finished their studies and so on, once they are available to do the work, they should be paid as well. So I think that should comfort the concern that we'll be paying them double. No, we pay them now because they're doing the bulk of that work. When they finish their studies and they're available to do the work, we should pay them as well. So this is important. It's not a luxury. Government should cease to see it as a luxury. It's important. Let's pay these people today for the sake of the people that we represent. I thank you.
Thank you. You see, the question I was asking was sustainability. I'm not saying no one should be paid. I'm looking at the issue of sustainability. The day you reach 5,000 doctors, will you be able to pay that much? So that's a question for you, honorable colleagues, all of us as leaders, to look into, okay? Yeah. So I had already picked Chotera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of medical interns should be a priority. In most cases, when we go to the hospitals, the doctors, the special doctors work in shifts. And you find that when you go mostly at night, it is the medical interns that you find. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this issue shouldn't be undermined. The government should prioritize it because the services they render most times are equivalent to the services that the special doctors render, and they're simply called in emergencies. So the government should take this as a priority and provide the monies needed to pay the medical interns, and they should communicate clearly because the communications are so diverse. Today the ministry is communicating that the rich parents, you can apply for medical internship, and the poor kids do not have an opportunity. So please come up with clear communication as to when internship is to begin, and the money should be provided as soon as possible because we are in a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the most important aspect and the most painful is that these are people who have studied. They can't do anything in society until they do internship. Okay? That's what is very painful. They are loitering around, they are crying around, you know. They can't do anything. So maybe someone was trying to be innovative to say those ones who can afford should be allowed to go and do, okay? But that's the most painful bit of it. They are like as if they are not educated, because they cannot be allowed to do. Yes, I had already picked the members. Youth, then Amede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I feel, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to speak truth to our health sector. Beside the...
Colleagues, you don't need it to reach anywhere near me to get a chance to speak. Don't mind, I will pick you. Okay?
Right Honorable Speaker, apart from...
No. I monitor you how you move and what you talk when you're...
Apart from the interns, Right Honorable Speaker, if you visited our major hospitals today, most times you'll find that our senior specialists, our doctors in these hospitals are either absent or present for just very few hours. Simply because we have not had a clarity of our policy when we pay these doctors, how much time are they supposed to accord Ugandans in government facilities. So what happens is they run most times to their private clinics, leaving a lot of work to interns that we facilitate to be in these hospitals. So this makes it a non-questionable issue that we should facilitate interns to stand in these facilities. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I feel we need to fault the Ministry of Health. In this current electronic era, in this digital era, how do you fail to set up a database to communicate to interns that you know are going to eat on a consolidated fund? I think this is negligence of duty. We need to fault the Ministry of Health. There should be communication. When there is delay, communication should be made to them. Other than that, we have the current situation where we have anxious young people who feel neglected by the government they intend to serve. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I feel that the Ministry of Health again failed to predict and manage the numbers. On the question of sustainability, government should be able to draw a particular number of interns that they can manage, make the entry competitive, such that the ones that qualify under that competitive nature qualify, and the other avenues be created. For example, in private facilities, and who don't qualify go ahead and do internship. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I think the record won't sound good when we have a very clear indictment on ourselves. You cannot convince me that pay an intern because the doctors we pay don't do their work. Then someone should explain that there is no supervision. Yes, because the doctors are supposed to support interns also. Interns are supposed to learn from doctors. Otherwise, if you're taking it as if now when interns come, okay, then I run away, the doctors go to their private clinics. It means there is a problem. And that's why there was also an increment on the salaries of doctors to address that. But I'm sure the Minister for Health will give an opportunity to respond to these issues. To me, it's a very big point of concern. I had picked Honorable Mede, and then I'll pick, please, let's first allow members to debate. Honorable Mede, no. Honorable Mede, we already have an issue here. So a motion now will be debated on its own. So we shall be diverted. I had allowed the workers, then Amede, but let's start with Amede since she's here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the committee for the report. I have 3 observations. One, the issue of interns is a policy and management deficit. One evening, I could not believe my eyes. This can be retrieved from either NTV or UBC. I heard the PS of Minister of Health saying, when the journalist was putting her on spot, why they claim they don't have the right data of interns. I heard this madam saying they wrote the various universities to give them information, and they did not what? Provide it to her. I could not believe myself. That is incompetence of the highest order. The issue of interns is a very serious issue. About the issue raised, Honorable Speaker, about the numbers and affordability, this is also a policy issue. For example, the private students, their fees should be indicative of their costs of internship, the private students. This also calls for a review of the higher institution loan scheme. I actually had come up with a motion which I provided to the Speaker's office, and that motion did not come to see the order paper about higher education financing. The other issue I want to raise, honorable colleagues, I just want you to get my story.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for your story, but we've gotten time for your very good submission. Yes. Honorable colleagues, workers, then I also go this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because I'm picking 4 from opposition, 3 from independents, 8 from NRM.
Right Honorable Speaker, the action of real people defying the presidential directive is a very serious matter, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, alongside that, the president actually gave a directive to observe frontline workers, COVID-19 frontline workers. The same ministry declined it. He gave a directive to deploy doctors at health center series. The same ministry defied it. Right Honorable Speaker, economies like Rwanda, how can you defy a presidential directive? Pakistan, Indonesia. As a matter, I find it very serious, and I would actually recommend that you invoke Rule 25 under your mandate as presiding officer to implement this matter unconditionally. Right Honorable Speaker, there are gaps in hospitals. And of course, when we talk of human resource planning, we are planning our own people so that we even have succession planning. Where are the gaps then? I think, Right Honorable Speaker, this is an element of subversion which must be handled. I thank you.
Thank you. The Minister will give us update on what government is doing about it. Honorable Komakechi, you're independent or you? Yes. Honorable Komakechi.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, no one will save us but we ourselves, and we must walk the path. We are discussing this report today because of 2 important facts. One is the better education system in the Republic of Uganda, thanks to the ruling government. 2, the security in the country has enabled our students to study to the government of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Ministry of Education sending in interns from the education system. The person absorbing is a Ministry of Health. There was a time in this country when Ministry of Health would actually prepare the interns, teach them, and then employ them. Around 2010, that policy was overturned. Now the Ministry of Education prepares with its own budget at a particular vote the number of students to be taken up by the Ministry of Health, not knowing how much the Ministry of Health has. So Ministry of Health is just expected to absorb. Right, Honorable Minister, isn't it prudent that at this particular moment the Minister explain to us why can't they reverse that policy and Ministry of Health trains the health workers, employs the health worker? This will work within their budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Saro Pendi. Then Honorable Christine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem that we have in this country is that we do not want to speak the truth, even where we know that the President has given a directive which cannot be implemented. The pay was 1 million shillings, and previous interns were not being paid. However, because the bulk of the work in the hospitals is being done by interns, we moved this to 1 million shillings. Now, aware that it was not possible to pay the interns 2.5 million, the relevant ministers of finance and health should have immediately said this is not possible, so that they find a way of handling this matter. However, they sit down until there is a crisis, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry does not have an internship policy. What was there were guidelines, and that's what we left there. So there is need to have the internship policy in place so that we know how interns are handled. But if it is not possible to pay the interns 2.5 million, that was a presidential directive. As a way forward, let the ministries review and pay the interns what they can afford so that the interns can complete. Otherwise, as we speak now, other students are graduating, Right Honorable Speaker. And this lip service, the lip service on the issue of promoting sciences in this country must also end. You cannot talk about promoting sciences. Some of these students have studied with the Students' Loan Scheme. Now they must pay. But they are seated at home, they have no work, they cannot work because they have not completed the internship. So, Right Honorable Speaker, for me as a way forward, let us review, deploy, otherwise the numbers are increasing and at some point we shall fail to completely handle this situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right
Honorable Christine, and then
Thank you
Honorable
so much,
Dr. Tara.
Right Honorable Speaker. I had the same point, but just to supplement, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the enhancement of salaries of scientists in the country right now, government is in a problem. Government is not able to pay timely because of such presidential directives. I therefore want to support what Honorable Saro Pendi has said. But also, Mr. Speaker, I want to actually confirm what the youth representative said. Most of our doctors are not full in the stations, and now they have prioritized the clinics. Operations are no longer done in the government facilities, and the innocent mothers are forced to pay a lot of money, and yet government enhanced the what? The salaries. So it looks like we are going to facilitate the interns, then when they become fully employed citizens of the country, they also abandon their normal what? Duties, which is a very big problem in the country. Mr. Speaker, does the Ministry of Health right now have statistics of the forthcoming interns for 2024? I mean 2023, 2024. And then the Committee of Health, during the time of budgeting, they are supposed to clearly outline the priorities, those that should not be left out, with those that are identified but unfunded, so that this House is critically guided on what is supposed to be prioritized in a given financial year. Otherwise, this issue is causing a lot of shame to government. Why should government declare a certain figure when government knows that it does not have the capacity to what? To pay. We need a clear way forward on this matter,
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tara, and then Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my brother, the chair of the committee, for his report, but to quickly dive into tackling the issue of sustainability. First and foremost, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I would like to inform this august House that internship is a critical part of the training of health professionals across the board. Whether it is training of lawyers or training of whatever professional, internship is very, very critical. So, training medical students, training nursing students, and abandoning them on the way without deploying them to complete internship is a disservice. It's a gross disservice. It reflects on poor planning, and it reflects on the many opportunities we as a country are not tapping into. We are blessed and endowed with so many young people. Most of the countries in the West now lack doctors, other than Uganda deploying unprofessionals outside in the Middle East and elsewhere. We should take lessons from countries like India that have seized the opportunity. They are training doctors in their thousands and seizing the very many opportunities available outside there. We know how.
Thank you. Honorable Flavia. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am a teacher by profession. I'm a teacher of English and literature. One of the key challenges we face in the teaching profession, especially we arts teachers, students running away from our subjects because government has concentrated on promoting science subjects, and so they are running away to science subjects. In fact, by the time I went to Namilango College, almost the literature class was empty until I came in, and now they are still, because they believe, you know. So now we have a problem. We have, yes, we have students that are taking up and investing, including parents, investing in sciences, but the government cannot accommodate them when it comes to training them and when it comes to facilitating them. There's a huge problem, and I think I agree with my sister who says that right now government is merely paying lip service to the science promotion. We need to put our money where our foot is. Lastly, demotivation. We have widespread demotivation among our health workers. The statements that are made by our health ministers really are leading to workers, especially the interns. When they are not there, such statements are compromising the quality of our health services and our health workers. So you find that if we do not motivate them in any way possible, including adopting some of the recommendations that the report has given us from the Committee of Health, I think we are going to lose many of them. That's why we lose so many health workers in here. And I think that is more important, that we have them remunerated well, and also that we stop paying lip service.
Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we end up conflicting ourselves. We are promoting sciences. Okay, we've been promoting some professions, and we have motivated our children to do those particular professions. Then at the end, when we fail to manage a challenge, we again now start doing things that demotivate them. You have heard in the previous submissions what they talked about lawyers. We have told many of our students to go and study law because we thought it was easy to self-employ after you study law. But they make it so difficult for someone to get a practicing certificate. Now we have been motivating our students, children, to go and do medicine. And after they have graduated, Mr. Speaker, now we are going to start making it difficult for them to practice. You have heard on page 7, and I'm going to propose, Chair, a request that you give me an opportunity to move a motion. The report is proposing
that we now start putting up examinations. And after graduating for degree, then examination for license, examination for practice, simply to make life extremely difficult for these people. People who have graduated and degrees have been conferred upon them. Why do you subject them again to so many examinations? If you cannot employ them, the world is waiting for them for employment. For that matter, Mr. Chairman, rather Speaker, I pray that you allow me move a motion to amend, and I pray that you'll give me a minute for this. Page 7. Page 7 of the recommendations, it says the committee recommends that the National Council for Higher Education should expedite the process of developing a database for students for higher education. I think that's a different one. Second one. The committee recommends that the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, Nurses and Midwife Act should be amended to expressly provide for structured pre-internship examination of all prospects, interns, and pre-registration examinations for those who have completed internship. Now those are 3 sets. Exams to graduate, exams for pre-internship, now exams after internship. This will act as a mechanism of quality assurance. That is according to them. And Right Honorable Speaker, the doctors we have in this country
Honorable
have not been...
Korig, when you're moving a motion, you're required to state the rule under which the motion is moved.
I'm moving
so
under Rule 58. Motion without notice to make an amendment. Either it's 58 or 59. I beg your indulgence if I quoted the wrong one. Thank you.
That's Rule 59.
59, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, that's under, okay. I will just allow, because it's under my discretion, under 59 1K, because the motion you're moving is not provided for anywhere within the rules. So, but under 59 1K, I'm allowed as a speaker if I see it's an urgent matter. But is the motion seconded?
Yes.
Okay. So, colleagues, you were... No. Because after debate, I'll put a question. So, you get it. So, she wants us to amend so that we remove the examination component before students are allowed to do internship. The committee has recommended that before students are allowed to do internship, they first do examination. Okay, like how you see, maybe RDC exams going to RDC or what. So the member is saying this is too much. These people have already gone through a lot. But I wanted first to know whether the motion is seconded. Then I can go. I will call the chair before I put a question, so that he can tell us the reason behind it. So, Honorable Karre, Honorable Sewungu, Honorable Keyo, Honorable Minister John, Honorable Nuru, Honorable Chan, yes, Honorable Esonu. I have Ntunga Mo, I have Haji. Okay. Now, before that, because no, you don't need to speak to such a motion, because in your argument already, you brought, in the interest of time, we never go into that. No, we don't. You see, you're now under my mercy, because it's not provided for under the rules. Yeah, but Honorable Chair, what is the major justification for you to recommend that we must have examinations first?
Right Honorable Speaker, we, as the committee, we are trying to put quality controls in place to ensure
Let us listen to the chair, because you see, the chair is speaking on behalf of the committee. So,
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we want to put quality controls in place to ensure that these doctors that we are churning out have understood the fundamentals of being doctors, nurses, and pharmacists. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, you know, in this house we listen to one another. The moment you don't listen, then you miss out on knowing even why you've disagreed with someone. So let him explain as a chair, because it's fair that we listen to both sides. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the spirit in which we are putting these controls is a good spirit. The number is the one that is subject for discussion. But we are making these decisions on behalf of my relative in Koboko, somebody's mother in Kayunga, in Kanungu, whereby once you have posted a doctor there to do a cesarean section, they are doing a cesarean section. So the spirit in which we are making these recommendations is not to frustrate doctors, but it could be any of us who is in the constituency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Now,
Speaker.
colleagues, we have bodies that are in charge of quality control. In the county provided for clearly under the law. I think these bodies should be given their own. Let me put the question. Yes, colleagues, I don't have time for really to go so much into this. Colleagues, I put a question, not on the full report, on the motion. Yes. A question. Yes. Attorney General, you had an issue with that? Then I will also allow
as the Attorney General.
Then there you save me, because I don't have time on that.
Please allow me to say this now that I'm here. See, as a patient, you have handed your life to a person who is going to diagnose you and operate you. That person must be tested, must know what he's doing, because it is your life. So for you to want to make it easy for him to graduate, for you to want to make it easy for him to graduate and lower the standards, okay, you are putting everyone at risk. Be that as it may, Right Honorable.
Let's allow a member to speak.
Be that as it may, Right Honorable, we are in the East African community. If we lower our standards, our professionals will be shunned.
Point of
I
order.
beg to submit.
Order, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm at pain to raise a point of order to the Attorney General. And he's one of those people. Let me give why I'm raising a point of order. They gave pre-entry for students from Makerere Law School. Then after pre-entry, many failed. They went to LODC for pre-entry. They had a pre-entry. And at the end of that day, they failed more than 1,500 students who went through pre-entry. Where is the quality control? So is the Honorable Attorney General who wants quality control in order to continue in the same spirit that we are fighting against this house, to subject our children to all forms of torture when they are studying. Yet from A level they have qualified well for their further studies. And yet, Mr. Speaker, you have said it rightly here, that there are a number of agencies which give quality control in professions. So is the Honourable Minister in order, well knowing that LODC and the Easy Law course is one of that has given us hard time in the same spirit.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, let's not waste time on this. This is the executive matter. What the Honourable Member's motion is saying is very simple. It's saying maintain the status quo. Then you as the executive, if you feel you want to bring this quality control and you go through your agencies, you make a study, you see its impact, okay? And then you do your work. So now, Honorable Attorney General, in fact what the committee recommendation is doing is trying to interfere with the work of the executive. And where you're a member, to say, go and make regulations, but the Attorney General might assess and find they are not necessary, change regulation. So we have bodies, government bodies in charge of quality assurance. The moment they were introducing pre-entry at LODC, they didn't come here. They never came here. When they were introducing pre-entry at Makerere, they never came here. Because you have your own bodies as government which do that. So to me it's but let's allow the senior doctor here, Honorable Kaduchu.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. This is a very sensitive matter. For sure, by the time we are training, there were only 2 medical schools. and that was more than 26 years back. Currently, there are over 14 universities, both government and private, training nurses, doctors, and pharmacy. Right Honorable Speaker, the practice is that these universities have got minimum standard and requirement, and they have a curriculum that they teach and which has been approved by the National Council of Higher Education. And all these universities, once the students come out, they are not subjected to pre-internship exams. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Medical Council, which is aligning Uganda to the East African Council. They are actually now integrated. Now, the practice we have, when we have a student that is trained not within Commonwealth country, which is not within our standard, for example, in a country that does not share the same format with us, these are subjected to pre-medical examination by the National Medical Council. I recall while I was still in the health, Ministry of Health, one of our colleagues who is here has a child who trained as a doctor from, was it China or somewhere? And I thought immediately could start internship, but the law says no, this has to be subjected to pre-internship examination because they are not Commonwealth country, does not meet our standard. But when
switch on and conclude, Honourable Minister.
So what I'm trying to say is that this
No, but you're not trying, you're saying.
What I'm saying is that our amendment should take into consideration the practice that is taking place right now. The examination is not cutting across board, but for specific category of people that has to be subjected to the examination.
So, Honourable Chair, with that, would you want, usually some of these things, you know, we study the mood, we see.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I concede.
Thank you. So now the motion carries the day, okay, without much hurdle. So this part, crack, please note it should be expanded. That's recommendation number 2 on point number 6, which is on page 10. No. Okay, expand. We just pass a recommendation that that this recommendation was rejected, was amended. So let's capture it that way. Let's capture on record that this recommendation was amended and it was not taken by the committee. So when we are putting the question on the report, we shall include amendments so that it's captured under that. Thank you. So we were Honourable Nambozo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, it is said a wealthy nation is a health nation. I want to thank the Honourable Chair and the committee for their elaborate report, but I want us to look at this issue of having interns not being taken care of or absorbed in the healthcare system as a time bomb to this nation. Right Honourable Speaker, I think this is a little careless on government. Today you see very many mushrooming clinics and pharmacies. If we leave these people to go and start these health centers, this is going to destroy this country. People are just going to die because these people are not fully trained to go out and have their own clinics. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at our health centers back in our districts, some of them are empty. And when you go to the referral hospitals like Mbale, where we go easily, those who come from the eastern, Right Honourable Speaker, you will even find cleaners in the corridors, and they are the ones that you will speak to because our doctors have their own clinics. and we are encouraging people to go and do sciences. And sciences are one of the longest courses and the most expensive. Let's look at our parents from the rural areas who have spent and even sold their animals to make sure they pay for these students to go and study. And at the end of the day, we can't absorb them. I think government needs to become a little serious and regulate. If you look at the so many pharmacies that are mushrooming every day and small health centers, because these people need to earn a living.
Thank you, Honorable Nyamutoro. Then I will conclude with Karamoja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of my colleagues to add a voice of concern on the issue of medical interns. This is one of those issues that tests us as a leadership on where our priorities lie as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, as a voice of emphasis, I want to agree with my honorable colleague who stated that we needed an internship policy as soon as yesterday. With the growing number of interns, Right Honorable Speaker, and the budget that has been cut to 10 billion shillings, it only indicates that as a country, we are headed for a crisis. Simply means that next year, we totally have no plan for the increasing number of medical interns. And I do not want to agree with the notion that there is a problem with the president's emphasis on science subjects, because the population is growing as well. We only become better as a country when the ratio of our medical workers to the population, to the citizens, is narrow. Ministry of Health should come up with a clear criteria that will eradicate this problem sustainably. Right, Honorable Speaker. Uganda loses nothing being one of the best East African countries that produces quality medical workers to the world. We want to emphasize this as youth representatives. These medical interns are young people. They lay their lives to save Ugandans. They cannot work at the masses of whether we can prioritize them in the budget or not. If it is a policy that many countries actually pay their medical interns, we should be able to do the same as a country.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Albert Lokoro MP Tepeth, not Karamoja.
No.
But I come from Karamoja.
Yes. You know, sometimes, colleagues, just wait. Sometimes I use many, descriptions to reflect sometimes, because I have not heard today, for example, an MP from Karamoja presenting. So I try to show that, not that I don't know you people. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee, the chairman and the committee, for the wonderful report on the issue of the interns in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of interns is very critical in the health profession. And the interns do help in supplementing the work done by the qualified and employed doctors in this country. The biggest challenge, Right Honorable Speaker, is the wording we are trying to apply, whether it is welfare, motivation, or payment. What do we mean exactly when we are to have these interns in these hospitals? Are we talking about payment? Let's be specific and really be such that when we are doing planning, we know what we are talking about. The other one is about the relevancy of internship. It is a requirement for you to do employment, to do an interview when there is an employment opportunity. Because they say, without hands-on, you cannot use only theory to execute duties at the field level. How I wish that the policy of government upgrading health center tools to Early Center 3. This would be able to absorb some of these interns after finishing the internship period. Because again, the certificates they will get will help them in being competitive. But Right Honorable Speaker, you find private hospitals are handling this.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I've noted those who have not spoken. I pray on the next item, I'll give you priority. We still have many items.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the committee for the good report. And I'm going to read, I don't normally refer to papers, but I want to read this section properly for them. And Mr. Speaker, it should be noted by the House. Section J1 of the Public Service Standing Orders 2021 requires that where a training programs mandate students to gain practical skills in the world of work, like it is for medical interns, under Section J5 clause, Section J clause 5, they should be paid at the existing rates at the entry level of the trainee. So in effect, medical interns should be paid more than what the president was directing. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the issue of paying interns, I don't know why finance and health don't make this payment as a recurrent expenditure in our budget. Because this is money that's supposed to be paid. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's only the medical doctors in Uganda, leave teachers, leave the others who are not graded with even lawyers. Doctors are not graded. You can attest to that. They don't have first class, second class, upper, or pass. For them, they are graded as people who have passed as medics. What was the reason for the philosophers? Maybe because people would have run out. I want one with the first class to treat me. I want one with the second class. That one got passed, cannot work on my body. So whenever we come to medics, we should pay more attention to them. But this is all after planning. Madam Prime Minister, you look at the ratio of Ugandans, how many people are catered for by each doctor. And East Africa, whether Africa, go to Namibia, you will find most of our Ugandans working there as doctors. Let us give priority. It's you who gave out this decision. You remember we fought against paying science teachers against arts. Now you have scientists, you are running away from them. There is no teacher in Uganda who was graded as a teacher without doing school practice. And when we went for school practice, Mr. Speaker, we did the school practice, but after leaving schools within 1 month, the school would run dull because teachers doing practicals had gone away. Here you have doctors who are working almost 24 hours, training as doctors, during internship, doing the donkey work at the cost of those who are getting masters. Then you fail to pay them. When they strike, you beat them. That's irregular. We must fight against it. But I would pray as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, when we are budgeting, let us give this money as a recurrent expenditure, not as unfunded priority. Once you put in the budget and spread as a recurrent expenditure, that will mean we shall not have any wars. And Mr. Speaker, as you stated, you can reduce on the payment, but still the workload is big. When you go to the Public Service Standing Order of Red, there's no way you run away from it unless you come and amend it in the Parliament with that. But lastly, I was praying, I want to thank the Prime Minister. The Minister of Health is far away seated there. She has not been following what we are doing. And all that is hers. We pray that next time, Madam, you take keen attention while seated there, the committee chairman, because it shows your seriousness.
Honorable Sewungu, here we know Honorable Margaret's situation.
No, she's very, I think she's very bright. She was.
No, she cannot sit in chairs of this nature. She needs a chair with a hard background, and we all know. So what Honorable Sewungu is saying, finance, is to revise our chart of accounts, so that instead of this item being captured as a subvention, it is captured under recurrent expenditure. Okay, but the numbers are growing, So we need to make very clear projections. Okay? But me, I was worried. This was not the issue of how it was captured, because it was reduced from 51 billion to 10. So it's deliberate somewhere, somehow. If there is an attempt to revise the policy, then they should tell us. But Honourable Minister for Health,
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I've been noting down all the concerns of members, and in most cases I do agree with them, and I want to thank the committee that brought this report and those who contributed, and their observations have been taken note of. I want first of all to say that medical interns are not all doctors. They are pharmacists, they are nurses, midwives, and other health workers. The money that we received this year, 22 billion, was to pay the last financial year arrears for the senior house officers, who the chairman has explained very well, and also to pay their arrears and to pay them up to June 30th. And so, once we start this new financial year, there has not been a budget appropriate enough to pay them. Right Honourable Speaker, I've taken concern and note of so many of these questions raised. I've not said anything. Now you clarify what?
Honourable Minister, go on. Go on.
I take note of the observations made by Honourable Joel Senyonyi, Honourable Sewungu, and most of them were really talking about the importance of these medical interns. Seriously speaking, we know that in our healthcare system, already we are understaffed. We keep writing, requesting for some of the specialists. And remember, we've got to request public service to put these people on the payroll. So we arrange the organogram of our region, our national referral hospitals, regional referral hospitals up to the last health center, that we shall have this number of workers and these are the specialists we require. But sometimes we don't get all those numbers approved. And so we have shortfalls. The chairperson also explained that when we deploy these interns, as the numbers grow, we need specialists to supervise them while they're working in hospitals. Now, every 3 interns are supposed to be supervised by 1 specialist. But he has already told you we are at 8 or 7 on average. Meaning now we need more people in the hospitals to supervise the interns. Now, the number of interns since 2016 has doubled. And the number of specialists have not doubled. So there has been this school of thought that could we maybe give a ceiling to each university. For instance, we say Makerere University, please educate 200 each year, or maybe 20 doctors. No, I am just explaining, it's not there. All universities are taking people, they are training doctors as and when they have them. There is no ceiling that has been given. It's not there. Just listen and you will learn more. Now, without having this ceiling, the numbers may triple in the next 3-4 years. Right Honourable Speaker, in the next 2-3 years, we need to be prepared to handle these numbers. And so, we need the money to pay these interns because they work in these hospitals all the time. They are like support staff. See, even if they are training, they really have a lot of work that they do in these hospitals. Not that the specialists run out, but specialists are supposed to ask medical doctors to give them a report of what they've given. Then the specialist gives his opinion and also maybe changes drugs or something like that. Honorable Ahmed said the policy and management, we have deficit in policy and management. Even if we had our act together, the rate at which the numbers are growing is really insane. From one university to now 14 training medical personnel. When the resource envelope has not multiplied as much to take care of all these people coming out of universities, we only need to make it a priority. And we said these interns, whether they are growing, because we need the doctors. Right now, we have one doctor for every 100,000 people, which is really small. Now, this parliament appropriates. When we lack a budget, we have no one to blame. We can only blame ourselves or work hard to have this money that we require for these hospitals.
No, Honorable Sewungu,
Honorable
once a member is not sitting ground and you insist, then it becomes more race harassment. So please let's allow the minister to continue.
The Honorable Komakech also raised an issue where we need to work together with the Ministry of Education and Sports to make sure the interns we shall have every year. And let me tell you, because I have had this come from many members of parliament, we cannot determine how many interns we shall have until they have graduated. For people who have been in medical school, you know that some people don't finish right on time. So you have to wait until they graduate to know how many we need. Universities will say, these are the people we admitted. But those are not the people who will qualify at the end of the day. So we wait for these universities to send names of all the students who have finished their courses.
Honourable Minister,
and
will
then
conclude.
list them.
Yeah. You don't need to answer each and everything. Some will be
Most
captured
of them were talking about the
under
same
the
thing, Right
report.
Honorable Speaker. It was about making the interns a priority, which I agree 100%. And I also agree that these many exams that people go through are necessary. But I want to give one scenario, Right Honorable Speaker, before I leave this. There's a doctor who was treating Ugandans in Somalia. She is a qualified gynecologist. But she studied in Italy. So she came to Uganda to practice with all good qualifications. She has a master's in gynecology and obstetrics. But what happened is that they asked her to go to our hospitals to learn more about medicine because she studied in Italy. The language of instruction is Italian, and yet in Uganda, whatever we use is in English. So she needed to learn the terminologies, the machines we use. So she went to Mulago Specialized Women Hospital for 3 months. And until she learned and was certified by the hospital to the medical council, and she was allowed to practice medicine in Uganda. So that's the difference. When somebody trains in China, the language of instruction is different. When somebody trains in Germany, the language of instruction is different.
Thank you,
So
Honourable
we
Minister.
orient them to our system here.
Thank you, Honourable
Right
Minister.
Honourable.
Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Health on a petition about late commencement of medical internship for the 2023 intake and welfare of medical interns be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister, in 1 month, in line with the Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure, bring an action taken report on this matter. I think that will be enough for government to go and consult, and you put everything together. We see how best we can address the concerns of this. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Equal Opportunities on the state of children's affairs in this country.
Chairperson? The chairperson is not here. Next item.
Item 7 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on HIV/AIDS related matters on the assessment of the high HIV prevalence rates and accessibility of HIV service delivery in police detention centers and prison facilities.
Thank you, Chair. This report has been uploaded. Sometime it's been there. 15 minutes, and then we have a debate, and we go. We have to finish the order paper today.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if I remind you, on the 24th of April this year, I presented this report on this floor of Parliament, and what was remaining was to debate and adopt the report.
Oh.
Yes.
We didn't, as if we concluded it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then...
Right Honorable Speaker, if you may allow me, let me just use a few minutes, like 5.
No. The report is... members should refer to the report. Okay? These are general issues. Maybe...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Internal Affairs reported on this Parliament that there were high rates of HIV in prisons, and this gave us space to go and do investigations. There were 4 areas we looked at, and the first objective, Right Honorable Speaker, was to establish all the inmates that are detained undergo mandatory HIV testing. And this, Right Honorable Speaker, gives us exact results of what the prevalence rate is in there. Number 2, we also found out, Right Honorable Speaker, that there are inmates who are sharing sharp objects like razor blades during the time of shaving, and this was confirmed by the commissioner in charge of prisons, and this accounted to about 1% of the inmates who walk in negative and go out when they are positive. There were also cases, Right Honorable Speaker, allegations of men having sex with men, that is homosexuality taking place in prisons. And Right Honorable Speaker, when we interacted with the commissioner in charge of prisons, they never denied, neither confirmed. But when we looked at their survey that came out in 2016, it indicated that 5 prisoners have experienced issues of homosexuality in prison. And therefore, looking at the survey that was conducted by the prison themselves, it made the committee to confirm that homosexuality is taking place in prisons, and it is also one of the reasons as to why the prisoners who walk in when they are negative, since they undergo mandatory testing on entry, and then they also test them on exit, so they find out that they are HIV positive. Right Honorable Speaker, the second area was on service for prisoners to access art services while they are in prison, and we discovered that there are only 45 accredited health centers that provide art for them. They have to use the public health centers, and therefore this hampers a lot of burden on the staff to escort these prisoners to get the services. Right Honorable Speaker, we also noticed that there was lack of specialized nutritional needs to the HIV positive prisoners, and our recommendations are in there. Because of time, I won't go into details. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of
the issue of sources of financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also discovered that there is a very big challenge in terms of financing. For example, with the Uganda Police Force to manage the HIV issues, they needed 1.5 billion in the financial year of 2021-2022. However, only 287 million was released to them, and therefore it gives them a lot of challenge in managing HIV issues. When it comes to prisons, Right Honorable Speaker, 12 billion. However, they only secured 4 billion, and there was a gap of 7 billion. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, to us as a committee, we feel that the Minister of Health should help and increase on the health facilities in these prisons. Because out of the 360 that we have, actually out of those 112 are missing the HIV services. And yet, an HIV client is supposed to have the drugs on them on a daily basis. When it came to police, Right Honorable Speaker, it was not amusing for us. We know that the law gives 48 hours for people to be in detention until they are produced in court. However, experience has shown that the suspects stay for a longer period of time. There are those who even stay for a month when they are still in police and they have not been aligned in court. And what they normally do in police, they just assemble people on assembly in the morning, and then they will ask, who of you is HIV positive? The issue of privacy is not adhered to. And so we still have stigma amongst the population that for people to come out on an assembly in the morning and declare that I'm HIV positive has become very challenging. And therefore they hide and they don't come out to speak. And this has caused the drug resistance that when they are lined in court and they are sent to prison, after a period of a month, for you to come back and start swallowing the drugs, that's where we are having issues of adherence. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we are imploring Minister of Health to make sure that the health centers and the areas to facilitate art services are provided to the most of our prisons and also our police stations to make sure that we don't lose the struggle that we have almost achieved. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. Since the report was presented in details, allow me to leave some time for members to debate the report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to pick only 5 members on this. We got other items quickly. I'll start with Honorable Naomi Kawasharira. I go to Dr. Batua. I go to Honorable Milton Muuma. I go to Honorable Choma. I go to Honorable Ochan. Don't mind. I will also include Honorable Biga. She has been very lenient. Honorable Anifa, I didn't pick you yesterday. Then Honorable Anifa. No, those ones who, some of you have just come. I know those ones who have just come, I know. Even when you look me in the face, you know. But we have other items I'm going to ensure we include. Let's do 2 minutes each quickly. Quickly. That's a procedure matter.
Thank you so much.
No, there is a procedure matter, Honorable Naomi.
The issue of financing for health service delivery has continued to emerge even when Uganda has signed declarations to offer universal health service across the country. I'm acutely aware this Parliament has powers to reallocate resources from one vote to another to deal with such serious emerging issues. Wouldn't it be procedural right that you lead this Parliament into reallocating
resources that are used to deliver government officials for treatment outside, resources that are being used to maintain some UPDF forces in Equatorial Guinea in assignments we cannot explain, to such critical health service delivery areas which are afflicting our people. I needed your guidance on how we can be able to offer solution. Because it has emerged that this parliament did not allocate resources for those services. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable, we have that power, but unfortunately appropriation period has already ended. The appropriation act has already been assented to, the bill was assented to, and the unfortunate bit of it is that as a private member, you're limited by Article 93 of the Constitution to tamper now, so we cannot introduce any amendment to the Appropriation Act, so our hands are tied. But what I pick from you is that in the next budgeting cycle, we should take note of these issues before passing the budget. Honorable Naomi?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I would like also to thank the committee for the report, much as it has taken long on our shelves, but nonetheless, it's good that it has come. Honorable Speaker, I get concerned of our prisoners, and now that even those who are on ARVs cannot access, but leave alone that, even the way our prisoners are taken, we infringe on their rights so much. They are in prison. Being in prison does not mean that you should be denied your rights and other services, and more so for health, because they are in prison so that they change and come back and live with other people when they have been rehabilitated. Now, ARVs, some time back I brought here a matter of national importance concerning a certain type of ARVs, which is caused by someone taking long without taking drugs, I mean ARVs, and then once the person is taken back, he's likely not to adhere, and therefore he's put on that line of ARVs, and it is very expensive. That line is very, very expensive. If our partners, God forbid that because of this motion that we passed, withdraw, our government is going to face it to take care of these people, to cater for them. Now, 112
conclude, Honorable, conclude that.
Thank you so much. 112 centers without health facilities to pick ARVs. Honorable Speaker, I think it is not necessary to have a health center to cater for it. They can just create some place, somehow a way of giving these people ARVs. 112, that is a big number. We are going to create death unnecessarily. I beg that Ministry of Health take it serious and look after these people who are in prison. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ouma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the committee for the report. Mr. Chairman, it is true, for the times as members of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, we visited different prisons. The fact of the matter is that no single administrator of a prison would admit that the other vice was happening or it was taking place. But after further engagements, yes, with inmates in prisons, you do find them to avail more resources to the prison service so that they can expand on the available space. Secondly, to fast track the judicial processes of reducing numbers of inmates in prisons. There are inmates that take over 5 years in prisons minus meeting just or appearing before judicial officers. This recent recruitment exercise is helping because the DPP's office is recruiting. We've provided resources. Magistrates are being recruited, and judges. Maybe that's one way that we'll be able to decongest prisons and end up eliminating that vice that we stood firm to defend and stand against as a Parliament of Uganda. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to shed light.
Thank you. Honourable Nabukera, and then Honourable Chom.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate Chair Committee on AIDS. Mine is about the supply of medicine. Since National Medical Store has had delays in supplying medicines, so it could also have happened that in prisons, when you read the report, that did not reflect. But at the same time, I want to inquire or ask the Minister of Health to do routine checkups, because there are those that you test at the entry and are positive, and others that are negative. But in the due process, in the middle, they contract. I don't know whether there is a routine checkup, so I would request the Minister of Health to inquire and do a routine checkup such that we get better statistics of those who have and those who don't have at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Choma, Honourable Bigaros, Honourable Chan.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chairperson and the committee for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, 18% prevalence rates are really high, and especially given the environment where there is that vice, and actually they are sharing some of the facilities and devices like the razor blades. Most of these prisons have some clinics. Can't all sick bays, can the ministry really ensure regular supplies of ARVs? Because at least for them, they don't have an opportunity of even buying. They don't have that one. Can't the ministry ensure the minimum rights? Then the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Huma has very good points. But now in the meantime, what do we do? Is it possible, for example, for all the prisoners to be subjected to testing so that those who have are separated from those who don't have? I know that one may be coupled with the stigma, but also, first listen to me, colleagues, first think about this person who is an inmate who has gone when he is HIV negative, and he gets out when he is HIV positive. And sometimes, actually, as Honourable Muma has said, after the judicial process, this person is released, say after 3 years or whatever, when actually he is positive. It will be too much of the stigma. So, information.
Thank you.
And that's how you conclude, because you have 2 minutes.
Yes, he has given me an opportunity. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, what my colleague has just talked about, of course it will look like discrimination. But for someone like me who has ever been in a Kadukuru for at least a day, those cells, police cells, just a night, when you reach there, there are commanders in those small cells. You are congested there like about 20 or more than that. You are the mercy of the commander in that cell for any kind of funny act that they may wish to do on you. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I have never been in a prison and I don't know the behavior there. But I'm giving an experience of a cell.
With your current behavior, you're not about to go there.
Thank you so much. So I don't know the kind of behavior in those prisons, but I'm giving a scenario of a cell where you are at the mercy of a commander. So where we see those who go there and they are negative, and at the end of the day they come out when they are positive, some of these could have not been their wish. But because you are the master of the commander, anything can happen.
Thank
I
you.
thank you.
Honorable Bigaros.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the situation is from frying pan to fire. Space that is supposed to be occupied by one prisoner is being occupied by 4 prisoners. And 5, and now they can't sleep well. They sleep back to back. You cannot avoid what my sister chair has presented here. I would think this parliament addresses its mind on how to help prison services. Right Honorable Speaker, it's not only medicine. Food is running out, uniforms are not there, everything is bloody. The situation is bad. We allocated money to police to improve on accommodation. You can imagine these people went and improved offices. So they must come here and explain why they are not interested in accommodation. The situation is very bad, and HIV/AIDS is real. And in cells, just as my brother said, the congestion, people are now standing. There is no more sitting or lying in the night. People sweat from head to toe. Petty offenders, petty, useless things, nuisance, they are put inside. So I think there is need to bring the various ministers or ministries to explain to us why we cannot do better than that. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the report that they have come out with. Right Honorable Speaker, the people who have spoken before me have already spoken most of what I wanted to bring out. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of congestion in the prison is much. And then, Honorable Speaker, this is something to do with allocation of funds to prisons. I think the Committee of Internal Affairs have to look at it that these prisons have to be given much money. When it comes to budget, we always look at defense and give them more money. But we have not looked at the problem that the prisons inmates are going through. Right Honorable Speaker, when we leave the issue of congestion in the prison unattended to, it means that even the law about homosexuality that we have just passed will be of a problem when these inmates come out. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I still plead with the Parliament that we need to increase the budget for prison. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, the item we are going to handle next, item number 9, is closely related to this. So allow me to put a question on this, then we handle the subsequent issues under item number 9. No, I don't want to go back to most of these issues. The ministry will respond through the action taken report. Okay? Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on HIV, AIDS and related matters, the assessment of the high HIV prevalence rates and accessibility of HIV service delivered in police detention centers and prison facilities be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. Honorable Minister, 3 months to bring action taken report as per Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure. Item number 9.
Item number 9 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Medical Stores for the financial year ended 30th June 20 and other matters.
Chair.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to for starters lay on table the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises, PAC COSASE, on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of National Medical Stores for financial year ended 30th June 2022 and other matters. Right Honourable Speaker, I also beg to lay the attendant minutes. As you guided earlier, for want of time, Right Honourable Speaker, I'll skip a couple of things, the introduction, background, methodology, and start right away with findings, observations, and recommendations. Number 1, revenue performance, beginning with performance of non-tax revenue. It was noted that although the entity budgeted to collect non-tax revenues of 56.34 billion during the year under review, only 45 billion was realized, representing a performance of 80% of the target. As a result, a number of planned activities were not implemented. The accounting officer explained to the committee that NTR is obtained from development partners and that sometimes this was not easy to determine. Rather, NMS makes budget estimates based on the estimates made by development partners, which they make to government, and that these are informed by bilateral agreements. He also submitted that after COVID, many supply chains were disrupted and development partners could not provide all that they had promised, which shows why there was a drop. The committee observed that 1, over-reliance on development partners is a cause for concern, given that the operations of NMS, that's National Medical Stores, can be severely impaired if the development partners pull out. We also noted that COVID-19 negatively impacted the ability of development partners to provide the non-tax revenue as planned in the year under review, and this impacted on the implementation of planned activities. We recommend that the accounting officer should engage the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development at the time of budgeting to develop realistic NTR estimates. Right Honourable Speaker, the other issue is performance of Government of Uganda receipts. According to the approved budget, the entity was supposed to receive 600.314 billion, out of which 589 billion was warranted, resulting in a shortfall of 11.258 billion. The shortfall represents 1.87% of the approved budget. These funds that were not warranted were meant to facilitate the implementation of activities that we have adumbrated in a table there. The accounting officer submitted to the committee that Government of Uganda contribution was 543 billion for procurement and distribution of drugs, and the rest was from development partners. When the release from government was made, the appropriation in aid was added to make the total of 589 billion. Therefore, the total of 589 billion was a combination of Government of Uganda contribution and the non-tax revenue internally generated by NMS. The committee observes that the inability by NMS to receive all funds budgeted for affected the operations of this entity. And we recommend that the accounting officer engages the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the entity receives all the funding required to execute its mandate. 3, non-viable stocks. Management reported 13.4 billion as non-viable stock for the year in the Statement of Financial Performance. This represents an increment of 8.2 billion during the year. The increment relates mostly to third-party stock in form of donations from development partners. It was also noted that this included, within the non-viable stock, donated gloves worth 1 billion shillings that failed the NDA tests but were allowed into NMS stores. Right Honorable Speaker, in that table, we're talking about, it's a summary of the stocks that were non-viable, not fit for usage, including drugs, gloves, condoms, and so on. The implication, the increase in non-viable stock not only increases the costs involved in the destruction of these expired medicines and medical supplies, but also indicates a denied service to the citizens. The accounting officer submitted that there was a procedure to be followed both in the release by National Drug Authority for all medical supplies from the port of entry and receipt of the same by national medical stores and NDA. I want to run down, again for want of time, the bulk of the drugs, 89%, consisted of ARVs. The bulk of these drugs that were not fit for usage. The rest were phased out medicines and test kits for TB and hepatitis B testing kits, and a small percentage of other drugs whose demand had drastically reduced due to COVID-19, which had resulted in too limited movement of people, leading to reduced demand. The committee observes that non-viable stock denies members of the general public the much-needed service they would have attained if the stock had been fit for use. We recommend that the accounting officer should always liaise with development partners to ensure that the stock of drugs supplied meets the national and international standards to avoid wastage. The other item is debtors. It was noted that the Ministry of Health is the biggest debtor to national medical stores at 31.4 billion shillings, followed by CDC project at 8.9 billion. According to NMS, efforts to have these funds recovered have been futile. In addition, management reported a provision for doubtful debts to the tune of 25.8 billion, as detailed in the financial statements. Included in this is the amount of 66 million in respect of Uganda AIDS Commission debt for handling fees. According to management, this had become irrecoverable due to lack of contract documents. The accounting officer submitted work done by NMS on behalf of the Ministry of Health, that's the debt owed by Ministry of Health, and that some related to relief items for COVID-19 and Ebola. Despite various reminders from NMS to the ministry, the payments had not been made. The debts relating to the Uganda AIDS Commission were incurred back in 2006, and there was no documentation to support their claim. The representative of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health told the committee that the ministry had constituted a team of senior officers from the ministry to undertake a thorough examination of the figures and have them included in the statement of financial position to the Ministry of Finance. He informed the committee that whereas the ministry always submitted a budget for domestic arrears, the allocations were inadequate. The committee observes that 1, the Ministry of Health owes money, huge amounts of money to national medical stores, and this affects the ability of NMS to execute its mandate. 2, whereas the Ministry of Health informed the committee that there was ongoing reconciliation to verify the amount indicated by the Auditor General, there was no evidence submitted to indicate that this was actually happening. The committee recommends that 1, the accounting officer of the Ministry of Health, in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance, should settle all the outstanding arrears to NMS within 6 months from the date of adoption of this report. 2, the accounting officer should ensure that all transactions of NMS are backed by proper documentation to avoid challenges while making claims for payment. Item 4 is about contingent liabilities. Management presented the status of 12 court cases for and against NMS as part of the contingent liabilities. However, 3 of the court cases stretch to over 10 years, that's from 2008, without any ruling from the courts of law. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to skip and go to observations, again for want of time. The committee observes that 1, the bulk of the long-standing cases, outstanding cases emanate from the dismissal of former employees upon a special forensic audit report conducted on behalf of the Auditor General by Johnson and Nyende Certified Public Accounts. 2, in NMS versus Jonah Cheyune, and others, in which NMS sued the defendants on grounds that it lost money when the defendants forged orders for delivery of drugs to various medical facilities, whose judgment was delivered on 18th April 2023. Court found that there was no evidence to show that NMS had suffered a loss and dismissed the suit with costs. 3. In Stephen Wasira and Helen Bitature versus NMS, where the plaintiffs sued NMS for unlawful dismissal, delivered on 19th December 2022. Court found that, among others, that the forensic audit report made by Johnson and Nyende was inaccurate, insufficient, and should not have been relied upon by the defendant's body, that's NMS, Board of Directors, to dismiss the plaintiffs without further investigation and ordered the defendant to pay general and special damages. We recommend 1. NMS should hire the services of an external competent legal firm to provide legal services, because we discovered one of the reasons why they were running into legal brick walls was because they don't have a competent legal firm to help them with these matters. And 2, the Board of Directors should always ensure due diligence in its decisions to avoid legal liability. Number 5 is about management of IT systems in government. And I'll move to procurement, development, and use of software licenses. It was noted, maybe firstly up, the entity budgeted for 5.3 billion for acquisition and implementation of IT services and equipment, and received 4 billion. It was noted that ERP system, that is NMS Plus, is one of those systems they use, which is used to undertake the roles of warehousing, finance, procurement, audit, and fleet management, was not integrated with other government systems such as IFMIS, human capital management, and e-governance, government procurement, making it difficult to track. The accounting officer submitted that the integration was ongoing and it was a requirement that NMS Plus should be integrated for access to IFMIS. And we recommend that the accounting officer should ensure that NMS Plus, that's the system, is integrated with all other government IT systems within 3 months from the adoption of this report. The other item is disposal and decommissioning of ICT assets. It was noted that 3 IT systems mentioned there, Mark, Sage, and Vision, were not being used at the time of audit, but were yet to be decommissioned in contravention of paragraph 15.11.1 of the Treasury Instructions of 2017, PPDA Act of 2003, and PPDA regulations to efficiently and transparently dispose of assets as recommended. In the circumstances, data that is resident on or extracted from the decommissioned systems and equipment is prone to misuse and loss. The accounting officer submitted that the 3 ICT systems contained information that needed to be kept and that the systems were instead integrated with NMS Plus. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should put in place appropriate policies, strategies, and procedures to ensure data availability and integrity preservation during decommissioning of IT systems. Other matters, and this is the last item, Right Honorable Speaker and members, complaints over delayed delivery of drugs and other medical supplies. The committee raised a concern over delayed delivery of drugs and other medical supplies by NMS to government health facilities, which causes a shortage of much needed drugs in health facilities. The accounting officer explained that they too have seen the complaints in the media, but said that they could be arising from the delayed requisition of drugs and other medical supplies by the affected health facilities. He further submitted, that's the accounting officer, that when NMS gets the requisitions late, inevitably the delivery will be late. He added that lately, NMS sends messages to members of parliament whenever deliveries of medicines are made to the health facilities in their constituencies. That's what the accounting officer told us. The committee observed that shortage of drugs in health facilities on account of whatever reason affects the general public, which is meant to benefit from these drugs. And we recommend 1, NMS should streamline the cycle of procurement, dispatch, and delivery of medicines and other supplies to health facilities with strict timelines. 2, NMS continuously should sensitize government health facilities about the progress of requisition and delivery of medicines so that the shortage of drugs on account of late requisition is addressed. Our conclusion, National Medical Stores plays a critical role in the distribution of medicines and medical supplies throughout the country. However, the committee is concerned that the Ministry of Health owes NMS money that has not been paid for a number of years. If this trend continues, there is a risk that the operations of NMS will be severely affected. Additionally, it is imperative that the delivery of drugs to health facilities is done in time. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now, Honorable Chair, making a summary is not just only in the interest of time. It's because we are supposed to read this in advance. It was uploaded, so we are supposed to read it. Now coming here, again, he repeats everything. What is very important is for the Hansard to capture the whole report in its entirety, and then the chairperson gives a summary. If you waited to read from what he's presenting, okay, only when he's presenting, then you end up missing out. And that will encourage you to research and read and prepare in advance before coming here. So, honorable colleagues, I open the debate right away. And if you know you've already spoken today, kindly do me a service. You sit down so that I can start with the Honorable Mamawi in the corner. Then I go to Maracha. Okay. Then I go to I go to Burisa, Honorable Nora, and then I go to Rampara. I go to Abu Koman Simbi, and then colleagues, I'm going to give you opportunity. Let's do Ian Toroko. I'm going to give you opportunity, Honorable colleagues. Don't mind. 2 minutes. Honorable Senu, since yesterday. Sorry, it's not that really I don't have anything personal on you, but sometimes I'm here juggling. Yes. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
Right
2
Honorable
minutes each
Speaker,
one of us.
I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for giving us this elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the budget for NMS. And from the report, it is very clear that the committee noted that there is over-reliance on the development partners. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are here for the bill of homosexuality, anti-homosexuality, the donors were threatening that they are going to withdraw their funds. And now, when the report comes, and again we are saying the country is relying much on donor fundings. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to base myself on the issue of lack of ARVs in prisons, which we have been talking about. Right Honorable Speaker, doctors are facing challenges of multi-drug resistance among the communities as far as ARVs are concerned. And we are losing a lot of patients day and day, every time, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to caution, and I want to ask Right Honorable Speaker, this August House, that if we can have such reports in time, during the budget cycle, we can look into some of these matters and see as a country where we can address this matter as we go to the budgeting processes. This report, we expect it to come in time so that by the time we reach now, we'll have done something, Right Honorable Speaker. But we are receiving this, meaning that there is a need for us to plan and budget in the next coming financial year, Right Honorable Speaker. Yet we needed this yesterday. So it is very important.
Mamawi, Maracha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank committee reports, particularly issues to do with health. We feel like crying. And I want to address myself particularly on the issue of procurement. I overheard him say that there are non-viable drugs. And I really wonder whether there's needs assessment done. Because when procurement is to be done, there has to be some need And some of these procured drugs, when they go just like that to waste, like they go, whether they are donations, whether they are procured, when there's no need, and they just go like that, and they expire, they go to waste. Yet, our hospitals, our health center threes, they are lacking drugs. It is so disturbing, and this is why I said we feel like crying. So really, I feel most of these government projects, you see like they are white elephants just because there is no needs assessment done. Even if the needs assessment is done, they are not put into the right use. I really want to implore our ministry do our needs assessment, and we put these drugs into the rightful use, especially the drugs to do with the neglected disease.
Thank you. Borisa, Nora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Allow me to appreciate the committee of COSASI on this very wonderful report, and especially on the findings that have been raised by the committee. It really defeats my understanding and really so perturbing for this matter, that the government that we're talking about with all these various institutions, and we realize that one entity within government, that is not is not being paid. And yet, year in, year out, this parliament does a very big role in appropriating funds. So why would NMS not be paid by the Ministry of Health and by government? And we curtail the operations. So I think we need to up our game, because these are systems within the government. So something has got to be done. Many of our people are dying in various institutions in our constituencies because of lack of drugs. And maybe these expired drugs are being given to many of our people, and as a result, there are challenges, there are health hazards that are coming their way. It is therefore important that as government, we try to change our way of doing business when it comes to issues of health. It is very important that we do this. It is also very perturbing, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I had something to do with doubtful debts. Doubtful debts. With all due respect. Now, who is supposed to incur all this? And who is supposed to suffer the consequence of doubtful debts? So what is it that we are doing as government and different institutions? Something has got to be done, and it has to be done here. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I thought I had already picked Rwampara, remember? A doctor, no doctor, I'm going to allow you as a shadow minister. Okay, I must give you an opportunity. I picked Rwampara, picked Ntoroko, Koman Simbi, Tochi.
Thank
no,
you.
Whoever has already spoken, please. Yes, I know. I'm not meaning you're not among the ones who have spoken. So why are you having a problem? But your neighbor has spoken twice. So,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, I usually, honorable colleagues, you see, I might also give you an opportunity even if you've spoken. But I want first to give a chance those who have not spoken. That's what I'm meaning. Then I can pick out some. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, we commend the work of NMS that it is doing. However, there are glitches in its execution of the work, especially on what our districts and the health system request for and what is delivered. And it needs to be streamlined so that what we request at the districts is actually what is delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report, we observe that there is an issue to do with integrating the information systems. NITAU has done a commendable job in Uganda to ensure that we have a backbone infrastructure across the country. And in this era and in this digital age, it is important that the NMS Plus system is integrated together, and all systems in government talk to each other. sharing across board. Issues like lack of providing the equipment and medication that are needed to complement each other would not be there if we have an effective information management system. I thank you.
Thank you. Toroko, then Tochi. Bugabura, don't mind.
Thank you so much, Director
Musana,
Honorable
don't
Speaker.
mind. Okay, I'm going to give you opportunity.
Thank you so much, Director Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to thank the Chair for the report. Director Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I'm concerned about the expiry of drugs, because my questions are really, our health facilities are lacking drugs. At the end of the day, there are chunks, boxes, and drugs that are being destroyed by national medical stores. My question is that, do they buy drugs that are nearing the expiry date? Do they buy poor quality drugs? Do they delay in supplying these drugs? What is the problem? It's so disturbing, Right Honorable Speaker. Our health facilities lack drugs. At the same time, National Medical Store is destroying drugs because they're expired, they are not fit for human usage. And two, it's about Ministry of Health becoming a debtor. It's so disturbing. 31 billion. They should be helping, they should be paying. Why should Ministry of Health fail to pay National Medical Stores? The Honorable Speaker, really, we should compel the Ministry of Health to pay the money so that these people provide services to Ugandans, because health is paramount and we need drugs in our health facilities. I want to thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Tochi, then Soroka Yemba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in commenting the committee for a good report. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report you would see that the National Medical Store can actually be very efficient if they are fully supported with all the resources that they need. Our health facilities in the countryside really, and our community depends on the health center 2s, health center 3s, which are in the sub-counties and parishes. When these health facilities go without drugs, our population really suffer a lot. And in our area, in Omori, if I may take Omori as an example, for the last 3 months, most health facilities have gone without drugs. Then you ask yourself, what is happening? Now the report has given us that the problem has been non-payment of national medical stores by the Ministry of Health. Something needs to be done so that National Medical Store is efficient in their work. Secondly, when some of these drugs are taken to the health facilities and they don't last long by getting expired, it is very expensive to transport back these medicines back to national medical stores, because by law, the health facilities are not allowed to dispose them. So this creates a lot of problems. Something needs to be done so that the health system is efficient in this country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Soro.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to thank the committee for the report. I want to speak about 2 issues. First of all is lack of delivery of drugs, where they say the NMS and the ministry say that the hospitals or health centers delay to put in requisitions, which is a lie. So I think the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance should work hand in hand, because that leads to loss of lives by our people. Second is about non-viable stock. You might find in Bukoma and Simbi, they bring drugs for sleeping sickness, yet the problem is malaria. At the end of the day, we'll find that those drugs are burnt. The other thing which is very crucial is about the condoms procured. I got a complaint from my area. They brought condoms of very small sizes, which couldn't fit the users. At the end of the day, They didn't use them. They burnt them, and I'm sure some people lost their lives. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'll call Dr. Batua, then Dr. Kamara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Of course, you won't be surprised what Kayemba is concerned.
My concern is on item 3, which addresses debtors to the national medical stores. Right Honorable Speaker, the report has reliably informed us that Ministry of Health is in debt to the extent of 31.4 billion shillings, and this is to national medical stores. And this arises out of the appetite to do procurement activities that should actually be done by national medical stores. As we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, in this budget that we are about to partake, when you look at the development budget, 1.5 trillion is going to be procured by Ministry of Health. This figure is 14 times the amount of all other agencies under Ministry of Health, agencies and departments that are going to procure. So now, let's be cautious that while they procure 1.5 trillion worth of things to do with development, this amount should not include things to be procured by national medical stores. Otherwise, if we do not amend this report and put a stoppage, a complete one, to Ministry of Health to stop procuring things on behalf of national medical stores, then we shall have this debt increasing. When you procure gloves, it has a cost of storage, it has a cost of transportation, which Ministry of Health doesn't put into account. So let Ministry of Health leave national medical stores to do its work. For it, let it construct, let it paint hospitals, let it buy soap to clean hospitals.
Shadow Minister, conclude the...
Yeah, so I move through Rule 59 to amend without notice that the recommendation on item 3 be amended to read that Ministry of Health should completely stop to do procurements on behalf of national medical stores. Since national medical stores has a vote, it can receive this money, it has a procurement department, it can procure, it can attach costs of storage and logistics on these items that it has procured that would otherwise cause a debt on the side of Ministry of Health if it was to do it.
But honorable colleagues, these amendments, okay, you can only do under my mercy. And under my mercy, it has to be emergency. Rule 59 1K. The rest should be clearly with notice. I have not received the notice, so I will not grant these amendments because they are not of an emergency nature. They can be resolved any time. You can bring a motion, okay, regarding that, and we handle it substantively so that we can debate. We listen to the minister, we even process it in a committee, with a sectoral committee. Otherwise now, if you depend on an accountability committee to make such an amendment without the submission of a sectoral committee,